Good morning, conference, and it's great to be back in Liverpool. Please welcome Liam Robinson, leader of Liverpool City Council, who will be welcoming us to this fantastic city.
Well, good morning, conference. Welcome back to Liverpool. Welcome home. And let me start by saying that I don't think my very good friend, our Mayor, Steve Rotherham, would ever forgive me if I didn't begin by officially welcoming you to the home of the Premier League champions. Although I should also say, we do have another club that plays in the very best brand new stadium anywhere in Europe. We also have the very best stadium in the Women's Super League since Everton's women's team took over Goodison Park as their permanent home. So, conference, absolutely wonderful once more to welcome you back to a proud Labour city where we've got a strong Labour council, where all of our members of Parliament are Labour, a Labour Metro Mayor, a Labour Police and Crime Commissioner, and we're at the heart of a city region of 6 Labour councils. And conference, you've not just come to a city with a rich history. You've arrived in a place that's actively shaping the future for its people and with its people. From harnessing AI for social good to confronting the climate crisis, to rebuilding trust in local leadership, we're making bold choices and setting a new pace. And let's be honest, we've had to. Because the 14 years of Tory and Lib Dem government were not kind to cities like ours. We know what austerity did to our communities. Buildings closed and many families became dependent on food banks. From street cleaning to youth clubs, services got thinner, waiting lists got longer. Conference, that wasn't an accident, that was a deliberate political choice. And yet through it all, we kept going. Not because it was easy, but because the people we serve deserve better. We didn't retreat from our communities, we walked towards them. And now we've got a government that finally sees our city as an opportunity, not a political punch bag, and a government that understands the needs of real people on real streets. Today we've got a government that wants to build up, not tear down, investing in the potential of places like Liverpool, and that makes all of the difference. So conference, we're rebuilding our services after years of Tory Lib Dem austerity. We're insourcing our street cleaning and refuse collection. We've insourced care homes, setting up in-house children's homes and extending the children's centres we proudly protected into family hubs. And we're a city on the move too. We're now home to one of Europe's largest innovation districts. We're leading the charge on green energy with the potential for the world's largest tidal power scheme right here on the River Mersey. In the Baltic Triangle, now recognised as one of the world's coolest neighbourhoods, we're seeing culture, creativity and tech collide in ways that are driving growth from the ground up. And we're proud of our status as a city that people want to visit, film in, invest in, but most importantly, live and thrive in. Because conference, there's a reason why people are choosing Liverpool. It's not just our history, though we've got plenty of that, it's what we've done with it. Our waterfront was once a symbol of decline. It's now one of the UK's greatest urban regeneration stories. We're the most filmed city outside of London, doubling as New York, Moscow, Gotham City, sometimes all in the very same week. We've hosted Eurovision. Our galleries, theatres and museums and grassroots venues are bursting with life and talent. And this is a city that knows how to put on a show, but more importantly, knows how to make visitors feel like locals. Because our visitor economy isn't just about selfies at the Cavern Club, though we love those too. It's about 60 million people a year coming to see a city that's alive with culture, confidence and ambition. And it's about the thousands of jobs and small businesses that thrive because of it, not just in the centre, but in every community, and that helps power our welcome. But conference, we know that trust isn't just won with words. It's earned, conversation by conversation, doorstep by doorstep, not with fireworks, but with hard work. And what we're building now is visible right across this city. From Bramley-Moore Dock to the Central Docks, from Paddington Village to Chinatown, we're not making regeneration promises. Labour in power is delivering. In partnership with Sefton, we're aiming to deliver 10,000 homes on brownfield land, tackling the housing crisis without sacrificing our green spaces. Because that's what Labour in power looks like. Action over austerity, progress over promises, delivery over decline. And we're not doing it alone. We're working hand in hand with our government and our Metro Mayor, Steve Rotherham, whose leadership has been absolutely instrumental in putting our region on the map for investment, innovation and opportunity. And together, across our 6 Labour boroughs, we're showing that devolution works best when it's shaped by and for the communities that we serve. Now, conference, Liverpool is a very proud anti-Tory city. It's a very long time since any Conservative won any kind of election around here. But we also know there's a new right-wing threat to our country and our city. And whilst the name might be different and the colour a different shade of blue, Reform and Farage will be like Thatcher on steroids, dismantling our NHS and dividing our communities. Conference, it's a fight we're ready for. It's a fight we are up for. Now, conference, we all know that social justice is at the very heart of what our party and what our movement stands for. And social justice is in the very DNA of this city. So that's why this city expected our government, to deliver the Hillsborough Law in full. And we're really pleased that that is what our government is doing. So on behalf of this city, I want to thank Keir for keeping his promise. I want to thank Mayor Steve Rotherham and Mayor Andy Burnham. I want to thank MPs such as Maria Eagle and Ian Byrne for all of their work. But most of all, I want to thank the Hillsborough families, survivors and campaigners for all of their fight over so many, many years. And conference, whilst we know the Hillsborough Law won't bring the 97 back, it will be a fitting legacy so that disasters like Hillsborough and the ensuing state-sponsored cover-up that happened can never happen again. So conference, a Labour city, not just in name, but by nature. A city that's faced more than its fair share of struggle, but never stopped fighting back. A city that proves what's possible when you give working people the power, the trust and the tools to lead. We're proud to host you, not just because it's an honour, but because we believe in what this conference stands for. Not just in opposition, not just in hope, but now, finally, in government. So take that energy with you. Feel it in the streets, in the people, in the pride we carry. And let's make sure that when we look back on this week, we say, that's where the next chapter of Labour's story truly began. Thank you and welcome home.
Thank you, Liam, for that brilliant speech at conference. It's now my great pleasure to invite the Prime Minister to speak about the Hillsborough Law that has recently been passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Liam. It is a wonderful city, and we are so happy to be back here. But conference, every year when we come to Liverpool, we are reminded about the depth of loss and pain felt because of 97 people. So many of them young, never came back from a football match. And then shamefully, the state covered up the truth, even colluded in smearing the victims, a stain on our national story. Now, for the past few years, we as a party, I as an individual, have vowed to do what we can to bring a measure of justice to the families affected by this. And I say a measure of justice because nothing can ever replace the loss that is felt so deeply, unimaginable loss. But just as important to reform our state so it can never happen again. So I am delighted to say that this year we do not have to make any more vows. We have a law, the Hillsborough Law. A law which shows that this government is on the side of justice, that we will do the hard yards for working people, and that we're building a country which sees and respects everyone. It's an incredibly important moment for the 97, for Liverpool, but most of all for the whole country. And conference, we must recognise that it was an unacceptably long and hard fight for the campaigners, for the families and victims of Hillsborough, to get us to this point. And so it's not the government that should be thanked. It's not me that should be thanked. It's the families and campaigners who, after such unimaginable loss, had almost every obstacle put in their path to get to justice. But it is my privilege, and it is a privilege, to introduce someone now who can tell you all about that fight and what this law means for so many people across this country. Conference, please welcome Charlotte Hennessy to the stage. Charlotte.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. For those who don't know me, I'm Charlotte, daughter of Jimmy Hennessy, who was unlawfully killed at Hillsborough when I was just 6 years old. It is an absolute honour to speak on behalf of the Hillsborough Law Now campaign group and welcome you all to Liverpool. I think we can agree that this is the greatest city in the world. Our group is filled with the kindest, most empathetic, fierce, tenacious and powerful people, all who continue to battle injustice, yet through their own suffering, they want to protect others and wanted to change the flaw within our justice system. Many call the Hillsborough Law, or to give it its official name, the Public Accountability Bill, a legacy for the 97, simply because the passion for it stemmed from the failings of South Yorkshire Police Force, the cover-up that followed, and the lack of accountability. Sadly, our campaign group is made up of countless people who have had similar experiences. Orgreave, lab rats, the Shrewsbury 24, infected blood scandal, post office scandal, the Birmingham 21, Grenfell, all the COVID bereaved, truth about Zane, people who have died in police custody, mental health settings and learning disability settings, and their families are left with no transparency, no truth, just cover-ups and a system that closes ranks and protects those who we should trust. Ordinary people that are thrown into an alien system designed to shield the state from scrutiny and accountability. If these victims, these good people, had not have stood up for themselves, nobody else would have. None of our members asked to be in this position, and there have been many a time when each and every one of us have wanted to give up. But even storms make trees grow deeper roots. We never thought that we would get here, and the journey to the Hillsborough Law wasn't easy. But we stood firm, we stood on our morals, and we were heard. The Prime Minister made a promise, and he is fulfilling it. The Hillsborough Law in its entirety. When at number 10, I told the Prime Minister, don't let this public accountability bill be watered down now. Our members have been through enough. And he looked me in my eyes and said, it doesn't need watering down, Charlotte. I hope that message runs clear to all those who fear the truth and still continue to oppose this law. Our input hasn't ended just because it started its journey through Parliament. We will be watching, we will be listening, and we will continue to follow its progress until it is passed in its entirety. No more fighting the state alone with no money for legal representation, no more cover-ups, no more protecting those who abuse their position of power. And for those who choose to ignore this legislation, you will face criminal charges and you will go to prison. In 2022, Keir Starmer pledged, if elected to government, the Labour Party would introduce the Hillsborough Law. Here, on this stage last year, on the 24th of September 2024, on what should have been my dad's 65th birthday, he pledged it again as Prime Minister. I was invited to those conferences, and I refused to attend. And after a frank and honest conversation with the Prime Minister, I shared my reasons why. But I also shared why this year is different. And I said that I wanted to come and tell people about what we have achieved. And the Prime Minister said, OK, let's do it then. But this was a little bit extreme, Keir. It is important to all of us at Hillsborough Law now that you know of our hard efforts, and we celebrate this monumental achievement. This is not about egos, and it's not about individuals. This isn't even about votes. This is about extraordinary people making a change for the better of our country. From a personal perspective, this is also about showing my own sons that when something isn't right, you stand up for yourself, no matter how big that mountain you must climb. And this government has helped us achieve that. I'm so proud of us all. So, on behalf of all of us at Hillsborough Law now, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, for that inspirational speech and for everything that you have done. Conference, can I invite everyone who can to stand and join us in singing You'll Never Walk Alone, accompanied by the Liverpool Show Choir.
When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark.
At the end of a storm, there's a golden sky
and the sweet silver song of the lark.
Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, walk on, with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Walk on, with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone.
Thank you, everyone. I've been chairing conference for many years, and I don't think I can ever remember a moment quite like that. We now move on to the business of conference. Just to start with a reminder that the priorities ballot is currently open in the ballot area until 2 p.m. The priorities ballot decides what motions we'll be discussing over the course of the week, so it's really important that everyone takes part. Please don't forget to collect your card vote pack. If you didn't make it along to your regional briefing this morning, you can collect your card votes from the ballot area on your right, on my left and your right. We'll now move on to the Conference Arrangements Committee report. Each day we'll receive a report from the Conference Arrangements Committee, which you may see or hear shortened to CAC. CAC. There's lots of acronyms. CAC you'll hear a lot about this week. The CAC is responsible for putting together the agenda for conference. Delegates will have a printed copy provided to you every morning, and it will also be emailed as an electronic copy as soon as it's available. For those of you who have been to conference before, you will know that the business changes by day, so reports are produced by our incredibly hard-working Labour Party staff overnight, so that it's ready for you first thing in the morning. And to present the first report, please welcome the Chair of the Committee, Lynn Morris.
Conference, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you back to my hometown, this great city of Liverpool, for this year's annual meeting of our party. Before I start, I want to pay my own personal tribute to the Hillsborough families, the campaigners and the local politicians for their strength, determination that has been an inspiration to us all. Thank you. The Conference Arrangement Committee would like to thank all Labour Party team, the conference venue staff and the many contractors who have worked tirelessly to get us here today. Today we will hear from our new party chair, Anna Turley, our General Secretary and very good friend, Holly Ridley, plus the international speaker this afternoon. CAC Report 1 has been made available to all delegates and sets out the detailed agenda for today as well as the broader timetable for the rest of the week. All conference documentation can be found on the members area of the Labour Party website, with the CAC reports added each day. Throughout the week, all information delegates require for the day will be reproduced in the CAC report, which is emailed to all delegates by 8 a.m. each morning. Delegates are asked only to take one of a very small supply of the hard copies available. Delegates should make themselves familiar with the standing orders for conference, which are on this CAC 1. The CAC considers all motions submitted prior to the deadline. Any motion that did not meet the criteria has been referred to the MPF or NEC. All organisations have been given an opportunity to appeal the decision. Outcomes of those appeals have been communicated to the CLP's officers. Priority ballot is today, as you heard earlier. Both constituencies and affiliated delegate sections take part in the ballot. This year, there will be 7 topics that top the polls. Each section will be debated at conference. Delegates are reminded that they are voting on topics rather than specific motions, as more than one motion is usually submitted on each subject. Issues not selected for debate will be referred to the National Policy Forum at the end of conference so that they can be considered as the party's decision-making process, or to the NEC, who will report on the action taken. The full list of motions available in the addendum CAC 1, which has been emailed to delegates prior to conference starting. Excuse me. The ballot takes place from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. today. The ballot area is located in ECL at the end of the atrium and is well signposted. To assist with crowding, there will also be ballot boxes available at either side of the hall during the opening hours. The results of the priorities ballot will be announced at the end of conference today. Compositing will take place this afternoon and evening with staggered start times. Can delegates who have motions in one of the successful policy areas please attend the corresponding composite meetings? Details of the composite meetings will be shown on the screen at the end of conference business today and will be read out by the session chair. I would like to remind conference only fully accredited delegates appointed in accordance with the party rules are entitled to move motions on behalf of their organisation. As with every year, delegates have access to delegate services, printing and computers, which are located near the ballot area. This service is available whilst conference is sitting. In order to maximise the number of delegates able to speak during conference, delegates will be only able to speak once from the floor in any one debate. Once in a debate, please do not seek to speak again, as you will be turned away. Movers are allowed 3 minutes and other speakers 2 minutes. Chair will make every effort to call delegates from across the conference floor. Delegates are to remain in their chairs and will only be called if they remain seated and indicating by a raised hand. Accessibility stewards can provide assistance where required. The NEC have agreed to move rule changes to debate by conference. These details are proposed in the rule changes to be debated today in CAC 1. All ballots taking place this week are detailed in the CAC report. They will be repeated in the CAC report for the relevant day. We received 43 emergency motions before the deadline, and 33 of them have been accepted onto the CAC agenda, by CAC, onto the agenda. Those deemed as not meeting the criteria have been offered an appeal, which will take place today. The leader's speech will take place on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Further information will be provided in CAC 2 and 3 about accessing the conference. The conference charity this year is Liverpool Zoe's Place, which is founded in Liverpool in 1995 as the first hospice in the UK specifically for the needs of babies and young children. Details on how to donate are in the CAC report. The CAC and conference team have worked hard to ensure the best possible conference experience for everyone. We have accessibility stewards and our safeguarding team are available to ensure everyone has a safe and enjoyable conference experience. We ask everyone to play their part by treating each other with kindness and respect throughout the daily conference agenda, but also in the many fringe meetings, evening sessions and social times we spend with fellow attendees. On behalf of the CAC, I want to remind attendees about their role in ensuring conference is a safe and inclusive experience for all children, young people and adults. We believe that everybody has the right to live their lives free from abuse, harassment and neglect, and conference should reflect that. All attendees are expected to demonstrate the highest standards of behaviour towards each other. If anyone sees or hears something that makes them concerned, they should report this to the appropriate services, either by speaking to the stewards or to a member of the safeguarding unit. Before I formally move the report, I wish to remind all attendees at conference that anyone wishing to enter the conference centre will need to be wearing their pass. This is also true for the conference hotels. As we want everyone to have a safe and enjoyable conference, the CAC, NEC, police, party and venue staff, security staff and stewards will be working very hard to achieve this. Chair, I move the report.
Thank you, Lynn. As Lynn says, CAC are in session throughout conference, so if you have any issues, it's generally much easier to go and see them rather than raise it on the floor of conference. There is now, though, an opportunity for anyone who wishes to make any points or ask questions about the CAC report. We do have a busy agenda today and want to get on with the business of conference, so just have a think about whether your point needs to be made on conference floor rather than separately with the CAC, and try to avoid making points that have already been made by other colleagues. If you do wish to make a point now, I won't call people who are standing or waving anything, so if you do want to make a point, please make sure you're not standing or waving anything. If you come to the lectern, please tell us your name and organisation from which you are a delegate. If you make a speech, I will stop you. And if you are called, please go to the desk first to register before you come to speak. Just the desk at the front there, and register before you come to speak, so that a record can be made of contributions. Does anyone want to raise any points. I can see a lady towards the back there with your hand up. Yep, yes, you're just, yeah, yep, you, yes, yeah. There's another lady there with the glasses. Yep. And there's a lady there in the middle there. Yes, yep, there. Great. So if you come and just register at the desk first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Pauline Bryan, Glasgow Kelvin, CLP. The CLP submitted a contemporary motion about Israel's plan to occupy Gaza City. Israel only announced this after the National Policy Forum report was published. Conference should have the opportunity to discuss the unfolding genocide in Gaza. We request that CAC would put the motion back on the agenda, and if that's not the response, please vote against this report. Thank you.
Next person.
Conference, my CLP submitted a contemporary motion about Britain arming Israel's genocidal assault on Gaza. The National Policy Forum report did not acknowledge that British-made weaponry is still being used to kill Palestinians, and so this was not addressed in the report. Despite this, the CAC has excluded our motion. We request the CAC put it back on the agenda. If this is not the response, we ask delegates to vote against the CAC report. Conference should discuss this and the unfolding genocide.
Can I just remind people that want to speak not to repeat points that colleagues have already made, because we do want to get on with conference. Next speaker, please.
Carol Hayton, Horsham CLP, with a question. Thank you. With a question about the CAC's decision to rule out our housing motion and their failure to respond to our appeal. We were prompted to submit a resolution to conference following the publication of the government's homelessness figures on July 31st. These reported that the number of households in temporary accommodation is at a record level. Over 130,000 households, with an 11% increase in 1 year. We were also concerned by the statement made by the chair of the Department Select Committee concerning the impact on the freeze of the local housing allowance. The CAC said that the issue raised had been substantially covered in the MPF report. We submitted an appeal to the CAC. As we have thoroughly reviewed the MPF report, we are unable to find any mention of the key points in the report. There is quite shockingly no mention at all of homelessness or a strategy to tackle it, or of the record numbers in temporary accommodation. Nothing on the local housing allowance or rent controls. There is no mention of the right to buy. There is only one mention of the housing crisis, which is that it was noted. We said that if the CAC maintained that the content of our motion was substantially covered in the FPO report, could they point out where that coverage occurs with reference to page numbers? We have had no such response from the CAC. We are therefore asking the CAC again, excuse my cold, to provide the requested response to our appeal with specific reference to page numbers to assure us of the integrity of the contemporary motion process. If the CAC is unable to do so, we encourage delegates to vote against, we encourage delegates to vote against CAC 1. Thank you.
Final contribution.
Chair, Conference, Councillor Lee Redmond, Leader of the Labour Group on Somerset Council, and here this week as a delegate for Unite. Just a matter of... Thank you. A point of accuracy, Chair. If you look at page 31 on the report, one of the CAC report, I was a little bit confused. I note at the top there's an indicated rule change. I think, just to be clear, this is just a matter of accuracy as opposed to there's no criticism to our hard-working staff. The important point is just accuracy here. I believe that on the left column is what it is reading, and on the right column is what it should read. I'm afraid to say there's been an error, and they both say the same thing. So could I ask for clarification of the rule change, please?
Didn't see any more hands, so I'm going to ask Lynn to respond to those points. Oh, sorry, I can see one other person indicating over there. Yeah. I think that's the last of the contributions. I can't see anyone else indicating.
Thank you, Chair. Sue Blackwell, Labour International. Labour International submitted a contemporary motion on Palestine. This was referred to the NEC, apparently because it relates to an organisational matter. This is rather obscure, but we presume that it's because there is a clause in it which calls for the Palestinian call for boycott, divestment and sanctions to be circulated to all our CLPs and members. We feel that this is an important matter. The whole of Palestinian civil society is calling for BDS. The call includes for a two-way arms embargo on Israel as part of the sanctions to stop this genocide. It's too important to be kicked into the long grass by referring it to another body, and I believe we need to have a debate at conference here this week. So we're asking for CAC to put this motion back on the agenda, please, and if it isn't put back on the agenda, we call on conference to reject the CAC report. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to ask Lynn to respond to the points that have been raised.
Okay. Pauline, I'm sorry I didn't get the second delegate, but you both raised the issue about Gaza. Just to be clear, that has been reported back to the MPF and will be discussed there. There are also a number of emergency motions on the Middle East, and they will be discussed on the conference timetable. There will be a discussion on that topic, and it will be dealt with through the emergency motions. In terms of Labour International, if you wish to come and see us as to why it went back to the NEC and not to the MPF, please do so. It was because of an organisation issue, you're correct, so do come and see us about that. In terms of Jane's housing motion, that was referred to the MPF. You were communicated with, and to be honest, if you want to come and discuss that further with us, please book an appointment and we'll go through it with you in detail. And finally, our eagle-eyed Unite delegate, thank you. That was an error. There will be a date this afternoon and we'll come back to you with the amended wording. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. We now need to vote on the CAC report. Having listened to Lynn's response on the points raised, can I see all those in favour of accepting the report? Okay, thanks, colleagues. All those against? Okay, that has clearly been carried, colleagues. Thank you very much. Conference, we've sadly lost a number of valued colleagues since we met this time last year in Liverpool, including the former Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott. The names of some of them are listed on pages 15 and 16 of the NEC annual report and in CAC Report 1, but there may be others as well who are known to you. Conference will celebrate the lives of our colleagues with applause, so please stand now, if you can, to remember all of those that we've lost. Thank you, colleagues. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce a woman that I've worked with incredibly closely over the last couple of years and who I'm so incredibly proud of, our brilliant General Secretary, Holly Ridley.
Thank you, Ellie, and good morning, conference. As Ellie said, I'm Holly Ridley, and I am proud to be the General Secretary of the Labour Party. Now, that line has even more significance for me today because I stand on the stage with my 6-year-old daughter, Violet, in the audience. It's the first time she's seen me deliver a speech because last year she sat at home and watched on the television. But she was so desperate to be here today. Now, Violet probably knows more about politics than the average 6-year-old. Last year, during the general election, she explained in great length to her class how elections work and why voting is important. But it is when she started explaining the D'Hondt system at Christmas dinner that we really started to get worried. Violet has this passion to make things better that inspires me every single day. And each time I hear her talk about the importance of being kind or why we have to protect nature, I'm reminded of why politics matters. I'm reminded that no matter how tough the road seems, we keep driving forward, not for ourselves, but for our children, our neighbours, our communities. Each of us here is involved in politics to build a better country for those who come after us, to ensure that Britain's future is as proud as our past. It's what kept us all going in opposition, knowing that one day we might get a chance to change the country. Well, conference, that day has arrived, and it has arrived because of you. Last year, we achieved something seismic, from the worst result since 1935 to a historic majority in just one parliamentary term. You did that. We put the Labour Party back where we belong, in government, delivering for the British people. I will never be able to express my pride and gratitude to our members who worked so hard and gave so much to turn the tide of history back in our favour. And look what we have achieved since. Free breakfast clubs in schools, 5 million more NHS appointments, a pay rise for 3 million working people, and conference. We are delivering the most comprehensive package of workers' rights in a generation. Labour values in action in government. There is a long way to go to repair our country after 14 years of neglect and mismanagement under the Conservatives. We are going to need to rely on every ounce of the spirit that got us here, the resilience, the unity, the ruthless focus on our goals. You see, conference, our country faces a growing threat, one so severe that it undermines the very fabric of our democracy. It's driven by those who want our country to fail, because if Britain succeeds, they lose. These parties, left and right, are colluding as one to sow the seeds of distrust. Their goal isn't power, it's to destroy people's faith in a system that keeps us all safe, a system that keeps Britain strong, because they thrive on the chaos. This isn't about an election. They want to use the politics of division to undermine our very way of life. And not in an abstract sense, but in a real, immediate way. And conference, it falls to us, the Labour Party, to defend it. Let's face it, it's not going to be the Conservatives. Gone are your grandparents' Tories. We may have disagreed with them, but they had a code, a value system. They have been replaced by the likes of Robert Jenrick, a man driven by nothing but his own personal ambition. Conference, the country can never be led by somebody like that. And that brings me on to Nigel Farage, a man who wants to replace our NHS with an insurance model of healthcare, a man who voted against banning zero-hour contracts, a man who called for the US to implement trade penalties on the UK, even though he knew it could cost jobs and drive up bills for the British public. The man is fundamentally unfit for office. The stakes at the next election could not be higher. It's not just Labour and reform on the ballot. The future of our country is. If there ever was an issue to focus the mind, to move us beyond the petty squabbles that sometimes blight Labour politics, then this has to be it. To our members who give so much of themselves as they look to put our values in action, I cannot tell you how proud you make me to be Labour. To our elected representatives at a local and national level, the work you do on behalf of your constituents day in, day out represents the best of our movement. To our trade union colleagues, I see the hours you put in, the campaigns that you run, what you do to stand up for your members. You are the voice of working people in this country, not Nigel Farage. And to our Labour Party staff, because of you, it continues to be the honour of my professional life to lead this organisation. Thank you. I want to pay tribute to Mike Crichton and Tom Sawyer, two titans of former staff who sadly passed away this year. Tom was General Secretary in 1997 and was key in delivering that historic result. All who knew him speak of him with great fondness. Mike was somebody I knew personally. I benefited from his sage counsel and his generous spirit on more times than I care to count. We will miss them both greatly. Conference, I cut my teeth as a trainee organiser. And when I was first employed by the Labour Party, my role was part funded, part by the GMB and part by a private donor, Graham Cole. And because of them, the Labour Party was able to take a chance on a working class girl from Dagenham and change my life forever. But being a donor to a political party isn't easy. It comes with a huge amount of scrutiny. People question your motives. But Conference, I have worked with so many of our donors over the last year. I have seen firsthand that they are driven by the same thing that drives us all, a desire to deliver positive change in the world, and we are very lucky to have them. Conference, make no mistake, our opponents are better funded than you could imagine. To compete, we are going to have to fundraise harder and spend smarter. We are in the fight of our lives, and I will not allow us to be outgunned. That's why we are launching a new rate of Labour Party membership, the victory rate. It's a voluntary top-up of £15 per month. Every penny raised goes towards funding our campaigns to put Labour values into action. Every single penny. And Conference, I'm proud to announce that I signed up this morning. And if 10,000 people join me, that's just a small fraction of our membership, then we will be able to write to millions of people about what we are delivering for Britain. We'll be able to invest more into our campaigns, ensuring we can push the envelope. In 2024, our field campaign was described as the best in the world. Conference, let me tell you now, our field campaign in 2029 will be even better. We are building a campaign machine that will push back the tide of division and hate, a machine that will ensure every second donated by our volunteers is spent delivering outcomes that change the future of this country. Today, we are launching a suite of products that allow us to do that. A new app, Labour One, that makes campaigning a safe and seamless experience, providing our campaigners with the very latest in data analysis to shape your campaigns. We're investing again in our digital capabilities to ensure we can better compete in this new world of political communications. Our 2024 digital campaign was decades ahead of our opponents, but the landscape has changed fundamentally since then. We have to be sharper, more dynamic and smarter than ever just to be heard. If we attempt to fight the last election again, we will lose and we will deserve to. Your hard-working Labour staff have been beavering away for months on the latest campaign innovations, and they will continue to. Honing, testing, tweaking, doing whatever it takes to ensure that you have the tools you need to win. But Conference, it's no use investing in our technology if we're not investing in our greatest asset, you. That's why we're going to continue to focus overwhelmingly on training for our members. We are upskilling our members in digital and campaign comms. We're investing in our campaign summer schools, providing our campaigns with the very best advice from the best campaigners around. We're launching Campaign 365. We've built a new website with shareable videos that deliver our message of hope to the British people. You've asked for the tools to do the job, and this platform is just the start, conference. And as I stand here, as only the third female General Secretary in our party's history, with a Labour cabinet where 3 of the 4 great offices of state are held by women, and a PLP where we have more female MPs than at any point in our history, I am so proud to be launching the latest tranche of the Jo Cox Women in Leadership scheme. So many of our latest cohort of female MPs are graduates of the scheme, and I'm delighted that we can continue Jo's legacy by building up the leaders of the future. Conference, in just a few short months, we face a significant set of elections. In 2026, we are contesting seats in Wales, Scotland, and across most of England. We're not just fighting reform. We'll be fighting the Greens with their Let's Be All Things to All People strategy. We'll be fighting the SNP and their decade-long record of failure. We'll be fighting Plaid, who are the only route to a reform government in Wales. These elections will be tough, but we have faced tough tests before. Winning is hard. It takes discipline and unity and hard work. But we know how to do it, and we'll do it again. And conference, don't listen to those who have written us off in these elections. Wait, no, I want you to listen to them. I want you to let it kindle a fire inside of you. These are the same people who have written us off before. They were wrong then, and they are wrong now. But to win, just like in 2024, this is going to take the very best of our movement. But conference, together, we are greater than the sum of our parts. Or, to put it another way, we achieve more together than we achieve alone. It is time for us to dust ourselves down and get back in the fight. The British public is counting on us, and we will not let them down.
Thank you, Holly, and for all the incredibly hard-working Labour Party staff. We're now going to watch a short video. Conference, we now move to what I think is one of the best parts of conference, and that is our Merit and Best Practice Awards. This year we saw thousands of our members and supporters campaigning across the UK, and our Best Practice Awards seek to recognise those campaigns that have showed something extra special. And this year we'll be hearing a bit more about them in a video.
I'm absolutely delighted on behalf of the North Tyneside Labour team to accept this award, and it means such a lot to everyone in the team. We fought a really good campaign, consistent, relentless, everybody worked really hard, and against the odds really, we did hold the seat for Labour, beating off the Tories and Reform, who came second. We fought a really consistent campaign with targeted key messages through high quality print and digital ads. And we really controlled the narrative. I think that was really important. We didn't sink to the levels of the opposition, who had extremely negative campaigning. I want to say a huge thank you to my campaign manager, the legendary Eddie Dark, and to the whole campaign team. Everybody worked really hard. We stood together, we were united, and we worked tirelessly to hold the seat for Labour in a fourth consecutive term of office for Labour in North Tyneside. Thank you.
Hi folks, Councillor John McKevitt here from Bispham Ward in Blackpool. Just wanted to say a massive thank you to our digital team who worked so hard at last year's by-election in Bispham. Without their support we wouldn't have been able to win. The digital team worked in tandem with our traditional ground game. People knew who I actually was on the doorstep before I even knocked on their door. And frankly this election was ours to lose. But we won it. It's the first time in 27 years Labour gained a seat here in Bispham, and we're going to do it all over again in 2027. Thank you.
Al Carnes here, absolutely delighted to have won the fundraising category. A great evening, great company, and of course, a fantastic cause. It was great to talk through politics, have a look at what the future brings, and we even talked through global affairs, even strayed through my recent summit of Everest. Now, as with all of these things, you're only ever as good as your team. So thanks to the regional team, and of course, thanks to the legendary Selly Oak CLP. Importantly, huge thanks to Baroness Jackie Smith for co-hosting. So thanks for the award. I'm absolutely here to help in any way I can, and please have a great conference, everyone, and hopefully catch up with you soon.
I'm out in the Norfolk countryside. We won 4 parliamentary seats in the general election last year and attracted a lot of new activists. With the county organiser, we've built a campaign cohort working across Norfolk, supporting each other and preparing people to be candidates in our next local elections. We're in the devolution priority programme, so we didn't have county elections last year, but we've kept them together in a WhatsApp group, sharing good practice. We've set up regular away days for training, bringing them together with experienced councillors, group leaders and MPs. We've got a pipeline of new activists and candidates working together. And we've also been available to work across Norfolk wherever there's been by-elections, and indeed beyond our county to support elections in the eastern region. We want to keep our campaign cohort together, ready for when they need to face the electorate and hopefully win and build Labour support in this county.
Hi, David Russell here, MSP for Hamilton, Blackcall and Stonehouse. We are delighted to have won this award. We'd like to extend a sincere thanks to all the Labour Party members, affiliates and friends who supported the campaign and made this victory achievable. The press had actually written us all off. However, with hard work, listening to people, listening to the issues that concern them, that made the difference. This victory showed that the people of Scotland are crying out for change, and it's a stepping stone in the road to victory in next year's Holyrood elections, where the people of Scotland will elect the next Scottish Labour government.
I'm delighted Bournemouth has won an award for twinning. It was really important for us to be able to support Helen Goodwin in the West of England mayoral election, and it was a really great opportunity for our activists to come to Bristol, to meet more local Labour activists, learn a bit more about campaigning, and it was a fabulous show of solidarity. So thank you so much for the award, and we look forward to supporting other South West campaigns in the coming years.
It's great news that Bournemouth has won this twinning award. We win when we twin, and I'm thrilled that we were able to win in the West of England thanks to the support of Bournemouth members.
This year we have merit awards for Ariana De Freitas and John Nelson. Our first winner, Ariana De Freitas, who was nominated by Stevenage CLP for her endless enthusiasm and commitment to delivering a Labour victory in the 2024 general election and the 2025 local elections. From delivering leaflets to running boards across Stevenage, Ariana has worked relentlessly for a Labour victory. Well done, Ariana. And our second merit award goes to John Nelson, who's been nominated by Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse CLP for his kindness and commitment as a member for over 50 years. John has been the heartbeat of the CLP for many years, and as Secretary has fostered an inclusive and welcoming environment for all members. Congratulations and a round of applause for all of this year's winners. Conference, we now move to the MPF Chair's report, which is me. Conference, this was my first National Policy Forum consultation as MPF Chair. It's been an honour to chair this vital link between our party in government and our wider movement. I was first elected to the National Policy Forum 25 years ago as the youth representative for London. Back then, as a young activist, at every meeting I campaigned for two things. First, votes at 16. Second, an end to the national minimum wage age differential. Fast forward to today, and it is this Labour government that is now legislating for votes at 16. And it is this Labour government that has narrowed the pay differential and is committed to ending the discriminatory age bands. My values, your values, Labour values. Conference, from the very beginning, Labour has been a party rooted in the voices of its members. People who believe that by coming together, we can change society for the better. And this couldn't be more true than when it comes to the National Policy Forum. And it couldn't be more important today. The National Policy Forum is our party's mechanism to turn the energy and passion of our movement into a programme for government. Members, unions, affiliates, CLPs and elected representatives all coming together to shape our policy platform. Thank you to everyone, past and present, who has been involved. And I want to give special thanks to Mick Whelan, Vice Chair of the MPF and the longest serving Chair of TULO, who is standing down this year. Mick, thank you for your friendship, your dedication, and for always ensuring the voice of the trade union movement is rightly heard loud and clear in our Labour Party. It is this collective spirit that drives Labour's policy-making process. And make no mistake, it makes a difference. Take our Employment Rights Bill, negotiated at the MPF and now being put on to the statute book. I want to pay tribute to the leadership of Angela Rayner on this. Angela working hand in hand with the trade unions and businesses to make it a reality. And for someone who was a trade union lawyer for over a decade before I entered Parliament, I know just how important this is. Delivering the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, ending exploitative zero-hours contracts, strengthening maternity rights, cracking down on dodgy fire and rehire practices and rights at work from day one. My values, your values, Labour values. And that's just one example. Great British Energy, an idea championed through the National Policy Forum, now a reality as a public company driving forward our mission to be a clean energy superpower. Free breakfast clubs in every primary school, ensuring that no child starts the day too hungry to learn, a policy shaped by members and now being delivered by a Labour government. Our commitment to halve violence against women and girls, a priority for me as Solicitor General and a direct result of the priorities our movement set through the MPF. And the MPF's call to put a Hillsborough Law on the statute book, a landmark step to end the culture of cover-up, hold public officials and authorities accountable for their actions, and to close the chapter on one of the darkest days in British history. My values, your values, Labour values. That is why our members' voices are so important. That is why the MPF is so important. And that is why it matters so deeply that we have a Labour government. Because when we win, our ideas, our policies and our values are turned into action. But when we lose, it's our opponents that set the agenda. And their policy-making process is anything but democratic. With the Tories, it's top-down, dictated by whoever happens to be party leader. And with Reform, it's even worse. Until recently, their party was literally owned by one individual, Nigel Farage, a man who, when asked about his policies, said, and I quote, "If you ask me how you're going to do this, I can't really give you an answer." So how do they solve that problem? By importing failed Tories to help them write their policies. If the answer is Nadine Dorries, then you're asking the wrong question. Conference, that is not how a serious party responds to the challenges our country faces. And that's what sets our movement apart. We come here to discuss policy, to come to agreement to shape Labour's agenda. That's what Conference is, the voice of our members, our trade unions and our affiliates coming together from the grassroots up. That's what makes our Labour Party so special. This year, the National Policy Forum held more than 50 events, commission meetings, stakeholder roundtables and expert evidence sessions and received more than 1,500 submissions, including from my own CLP, Lewisham West and East Dulwich, who had a fantastic MPF discussion. We engaged with the breadth and depth of our movement, from how to rebuild confidence in the police, to energy security, to the future of our NHS. Members have helped shape a powerful MPF report that ensures our collective voice continues to drive Labour's work in government. Members like Sabina, a GP from Sussex Weald I met recently. She brought her frontline experience to the MPF, making a powerful case of how we can cut hospital backlogs and improve patient care by revitalising community healthcare and bringing back the family doctor. Or our affiliates, like the Fabian Women's Network, reminding us there is a well-established link between women's poverty and child poverty, and that both must be addressed in any serious strategy to tackle child poverty. That's what makes the MPF special. Real knowledge, real-life experience, feeding directly into how Labour will renew Britain. Conference, whenever our nation has stood at a crossroads, whenever the future is uncertain, Our Labour movement has led the way towards fairness, towards security, towards hope. The creation of the NHS out of the rubble of war. Setting up Sure Start to give every child the best start in life. The national minimum wage to deliver security for working people. At every defining moment, Labour has looked the country in the eye and changed it for the better. The case is no different now, and our ambition is no less bold. It's laid out in the MPF report that's before you today. Clean power by 2030, an NHS ready for the challenges of tomorrow, an economy that rewards hard work, safe communities where people feel proud to live, a country where every child can climb higher than the generation before. That's what we're putting into action. My values, your values, Labour values. Thank you, Conference. Conference will now take a vote to accept the MPF report. The vote will be by show of hands. Can I see all those in favour of the report? Thank you. All those against? Thanks, colleagues. That is carried. Now we will hear from the new party chair, Anna Turley.
Conference, it is the greatest honour of my life to stand here as your party chair. As a member for over 20 years, I never imagined I'd be standing here today as chair of the Labour Party, the greatest vehicle for social progress this country has ever seen. And to do so now, at just the start of a new era of a great and historic reforming Labour government. Conference, I'm so honoured and I'm so fired up. And what a trailblazing team I join, the most working-class cabinet in our country's history. 3 of the 4 great offices of state held by women for the first time ever. And our country, yes, that's worth a whoop, I think. Amazing. And our country's first ever black deputy prime minister. Thank you, David, you're a star. This is a cabinet shaped by lived experience. It's grounded in Labour values, and it's united by one mission: to deliver for the working people of Britain. And Conference, I also want to start with a huge thank you to Ellie for your fantastic stewardship of our party through the election campaign and throughout our first year in government as our party chair. Thank you so much, Ellie. You've guided us through an historic moment, you kept us focused on telling our story, and you made sure we campaigned on it with discipline and energy. We owe you a massive debt of gratitude. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank our NEC members, past and present, our incredible party staff, and most importantly of all, you, our members, for your tireless support and your incredible work up and down the country. It's your dedication that keeps this party alive. It's your energy that powers every single campaign, and it's your belief that makes the Labour Party strong. So as party chair, I'm absolutely determined to work with you to build on this, to prepare us for the battles ahead, to keep Labour absolutely rooted in the real lives and the everyday concerns of the British people. And Conference, as someone who has lived the highs and the lows of Labour politics, I know just how important this is, because I know what losing feels like. And I know what it means when Labour goes in the wrong direction. In 2015, I was elected as a Labour MP for Redcar, and I saw then what the reality of a Tory government meant to my community when they turned their backs on our steelworks, We lost 2,000 jobs and a world-leading industry overnight. But in 2019, when Labour suffered its worst defeat since 1935, I lost Redcar to the Tories, the first time they'd ever won that seat. And I remember so clearly the conversations on the doorstep in that campaign, the loss of trust in voters' voices, the loss of their faith in our ability to change their lives. And that was the clearest proof of all. We can only win when we put the concerns of the British people at the absolute heart of everything we do. And that's why in 2024, the public put their faith in us once again. That's why I was able to win Redcar back. And it's why colleagues across the country were able to win back seats we'd lost and win seats we'd never even won before. And that's why I'm absolutely determined to make sure our Labour values run through absolutely everything we do in this government. And that's why this moment matters so much. I'm 46 years old and I've lived 32 of those years under Tory governments. And now, after years in the political wilderness, we can finally set the agenda. We can finally make the real change to the country, and we can finally put ordinary people first. Yes, we had one of the worst inheritances, and yes, at times we all know this last year has been tough. And yes, there have been difficult trade-offs, because governing is never easy. But never, ever forget, no matter how tough things get, a Labour government delivering with Labour values is always, always better than a Tory government clinging to power. And let's just look at the legacy they left behind. Liz Truss crashing the economy with her reckless ideological mini-budget. Boris Johnson destroying public trust with Partygate. And Theresa May presiding over the Windrush scandal. And I won't even mention David Cameron. Tory leader after Tory leader failing to care for ordinary people. Failing to make our country fairer. Failing to make Britain stronger. Conference, we exist, Labour exists to improve the lives of working people. That is the promise we stand for. That is the purpose that drives us every single day. And this last year, we've made some incredible progress, and we should be really, really proud of that. We said we would kickstart economic growth, and we have. The fastest growth in the G7, 5 interest rate cuts, the minimum wage raised for over 3 million people in this country. That is an incredible achievement. We said we would tackle the NHS crisis, and we are. Waiting lists have fallen, and we've delivered more than 5 million extra appointments. We said we'd back working families, and we're doing just that. 30 hours of free childcare for every child from 9 months to 4 years, saving parents up to £7,500 a year. That is an absolute game changer. But Conference, we know the job is far from done. We know there is so much more to do. And we know the path ahead will be difficult. But this is just the beginning of our journey. And right now we stand at a historic turning point in our country's future. This is a moment to decide who we are and what kind of country we want to build. A fairer Britain, proud of itself again, in control of its own destiny, or a return to the path the Tories took us down, quick fixes, division, decline. Conference, Labour's vision of national renewal can only be built one way, by all of us standing together, united. But while we're working for the common good, Nigel Farage's reform would drag Britain back into decline. And make no mistake about it, that is the real risk at the next election. They'd hand our NHS over to multinational insurance giants. They'd roll back workers' rights while giving billionaires unfunded tax cuts. They'd wage a war on clean energy that would put nearly 1 million jobs in places like my home of Teesside at risk. These are not the choices to benefit working people. And let's be clear, the Reform Party isn't as new or different as they'd like to claim. They're a party of recycled Tories with recycled ideas. And they stand ready to exploit division for their own political gain. Masquerading as patriots while their leader jets to the US to call for trade penalties on the UK. And on issue after issue, asylum, online safety, how to pay for their policies, they have no serious answer on how to fix things, aside from saying, I don't know. Conference, that's reform. Cuts, chaos, and trying to turn people against one another. Not a plan for Britain, but a threat to everything our Labour movement has fought for. And that's why, with the elections in 2026, we've all got to campaign harder than ever before. From Scotland to Wales, from Tyneside to Tamworth, from Wigan to Worthing, Swindon to Stevenage, London to Leeds. Because remember, change doesn't happen by accident. Every single gain we have made is the result of hard work, discipline, and determination. And that is why 2026 matters so much in our councils, in our devolved communities, in our devolved government, and in our communities up and down the country. Every single election is a chance to show Labour's vision of renewal and protect the progress we're making. A higher minimum wage, shorter waiting lists, free school meals, these are not accidents. They're choices. Choices made by all of you. Choices for working people. Choices that no other party would make. So, let us go into 2026 with pride in our record, with confidence in our plan, and with unity in our purpose. Because Britain today faces a choice between decency or division, between renewal or decline, between hope or cynicism. Labour's chosen decency. Labour's chosen renewal. Labour has chosen to give Britain back its pride and its hope. So confidence, together, let us give the British people the chance to choose that too. Let's make sure that together, Labour wins and Britain wins. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anna. We've now got Bev Craig, the leader of Manchester Council, who will be giving this year's local government report.
Thank you, Conference. I'm Councillor Bev Craig, leader of the great city of Manchester and proud to be leader of Labour in local government, the largest party in local government. To every single one of our 6,000 councillors serving their communities day in and day out, I want to thank every single one of you for the difference that you make. Thank you. In local government, we're the thinkers and the doers, the pragmatists that look after the day-to-day, keep your streets clean and your local services running, all the while planning for a better future. We build homes, grow economies, regenerate neighbourhoods, create opportunities, and build local areas we're all proud of. We fought so hard to see a Labour government because we know the difference that it can make. Labour Council stood on the front line as a shield for our communities through the dark years of austerity. When government stripped away resources, when families were left to struggle, it was Labour councils that stepped up and fought back, delivering and protecting our people. We were badly let down by the last government, and we can never let them forget it. But when we rose to general election victory last year, the challenge had never been greater. So much of our country was crying out for change. Schools and hospitals crumbling, councils left to go bankrupt, an economy faltering. But something worse, communities let down, without a voice, left behind, feeling that they didn't have a stake in the direction that they were going and looking for answers, looking for hope. And Conference, they looked to us, and there was no time to wait. So we've rolled up our sleeves and got on with fixing this country, backed by a government that for the first time in a generation wants to work in partnership with councils on the things that matter. And I want to just take a moment to thank the outgoing team, the former Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, our former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner and Jim McMahon for the service that they gave. It really did reset our relationship. And I'm equally excited and confident in the new team that we have, with Steve Reid, Ali McGovern, Miata Fambola, a really exceptional team that will work with Sam Dixon and Sharon and so many others to get us what we need. Because we're a government serious about devolving power, about redistributing resources to those most in need, rather than doing what's politically convenient for your Tory mates. And in the last few days, the Pride in Place programme shows just how serious we are. £5 billion going direct into communities right across the country. Communities that are fiercely proud, and they know what they need. But for too long, they've been neglected by previous governments, dismissed as merely deprived communities, and locked out of the agency they need to improve their neighbourhoods. This isn't about money, it's about power, it's about belonging. It's creating a neighbourhood that you're proud. When you walk out your door on the way to work, you look around your streets, the parks your kids play in, your high street, your neighbourhoods. It's a sense of belonging created by good Labour councils. And we've seen this seismic change too in housing. Labour councils already build more council homes and affordable homes than any other political party, smashing their targets every single year right across the country. The builders, not the blockers, in action. And councils will be the linchpin of building our transformational target of 1.5 million homes, backed by a government commitment of £39 billion on council, social and affordable homes, a real game changer, a real example of Labour in power. And as a kid from a council estate, I know firsthand that this money is giving our generation, our next generation, a chance. From new towns to tackling homelessness, national and local government working as one to tackle the housing crisis, and together we will. For years, Labour in local government has been ready to deliver. And now, with this national Labour government, we have the ambition to achieve what we want to set out for the country. But let us be clear, May's elections will be tough. Attacks from those who want to divide our country and the toxicity that's infected our public discourse. We stand at a cliff edge in this country, battling for our futures, for something deeper than our party, the choice between decency or division, hope or fear, renewal or decline. At this moment, it has never been more important that we show the public the best of Labour. Labour rooted in communities, Labour delivering, Labour making a difference. Conference, Labour local government is the front line of change. We're the face of our party in every city, every town and every village. We are proof of what Labour in power looks like. So I ask you, when you go back home, support your Labour councillors, campaign for them, knock on doors for them, stand shoulder to shoulder with them, because every council we hold in May 2026, every community we serve is a step towards a fairer, greener, more hopeful Britain. So let's go out, let's support our councils, and let's win together. Thank you, Conference.
Thanks, Bev, for that fantastic speech. We've got a really busy agenda of speeches over the next couple of days, and starting us off, I'm very pleased we've got Steve Reid, the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. Steve.
Conference. When I picked up the phone to the Prime Minister 3 weeks ago, he offered me my dream job, but not under the circumstances I would have wanted. So can I begin by thanking my good friend Angela Rayner for all she has done for our party and our government over so many years. For workers' rights, for local government, for building council homes. Angela, you are a true working class hero. Thank you. Now, Angela knows, as I do, that everything we hope to achieve as a government is only possible if we get Britain building. The Tories spent 14 years blocking the homes that people need. They didn't just hold back the economy, they crushed the dreams of families who couldn't afford a decent home. Well, Conference, no more. We will fight the Tory blockers and give working people the key to a decent home they can afford to live in. I will do whatever it takes to get Britain building again. And we won't just build homes, we'll build communities. And not just communities, but entire towns. Our party built new towns after the war to meet our promise of homes fit for heroes. Now, with the worst economic inheritance since that war, we will once again build new towns with homes fit for families. We will mobilise the full power of the state to build a fresh generation of new towns and restore the dream of home ownership to thousands of families right across our country. I can announce today that we will go ahead with work in at least 12 locations, with Tempsford, Leeds South Bank and Cruise Hill identified as 3 of the most promising sites. We'll build homes people feel proud to live in, communities with schools, hospitals, good public transport, green spaces on the doorstep, and the investment that brings good, well-paid, unionised jobs to the area. And we'll work with world-class architects to design each new town with its own character and distinct, unique identity. We'll back the builders by streamlining planning rules so local people have a voice, but we can get spades in the ground much faster. So we'll start building homes in at least 3 new town locations before the next general election. And that's how we'll build 1.5 million new homes in the lifetime of this Parliament. Now, rough sleeping more than doubled under the Tories. They looked the other way while people were left shivering in shop doorways and underpasses. They just didn't care, but we do. That's why this government is investing nearly £1 billion of new funding to tackle and prevent the scandal, the moral stain of homelessness. That money is being used right now to put a roof over the head of the most vulnerable children in our country. It's breaking the cycle by helping councils act more quickly to stop households becoming homeless in the first place. But I know we must do more. That's why we are investing a record £39 billion to build 300,000 social and affordable homes. Conference, that's the biggest increase in council and social housing this country has seen in a generation. And it means we can offer a safe, decent and affordable home for every person, for every family in our country. When I said build, baby, build, I meant it. Now, each of us is shaped by the place we belong to, where we live, where we grew up. But in living memory, too many of Britain's bustling high streets have seen local shops and pubs boarded up, graffiti-covered metal shutters come down, and rubbish clutter up pavements. That decline is not inevitable. It happened because for 14 years, a Tory government told the country they were levelling up, when really they were holding people down. In the words of our party's founders, we believe in an irreversible shift of wealth and power in favour of working people. Not just wealth, power. Power. That is why this government will permanently shift power out of Whitehall into every region, town, village and community in this country. And it will help to restore those battered high streets. The Pride in Place programme is a big step forward on that journey. The 244 neighbourhoods that have suffered the most decline over the last 14 Tory years will get up to £20 million each to kickstart their recovery. And local people, this is crucial, local people will have the power to decide for themselves how that money will be spent, because it's local people who know their own areas the best. And that means community-owned pubs instead of betting shops, cleaning crews tackling litter-covered streets, and yes, homes instead of neglected sites and derelict buildings. That is how we give hope back to communities that reform is so desperate to tear apart. A shared pride in your hometown is the bridge away from decline. And by bringing communities together, we bring our whole country back together again. Now, I still remember the silence around the dinner table the day our local factory closed and my dad, grandparents, uncles and aunts all lost their jobs. Our whole community saw its heart ripped out. People were powerless as their lives were thrown on the scrap heap. That is why, first as a council leader, then as an MP, and now in this job, I have a driving mission. And it's to give people up and down this country the power they need to shape their own destinies. I've taken an incredible journey from a town hall to Whitehall, but I never forgot where I came from. To our amazing councillors, Labour mayors, and the council employees who work for you, I want to say thank you for everything you do to improve people's lives. You are heroes. You make a difference every single day. And I want to thank my fantastic ministerial team. Matt and Ali here, Miata, Sam and Sharon sitting in the hall as well. A little ripple of applause, please, for the team. Thank you. We know that national renewal depends on the renewal of every town, village and community that makes up our great country. We'll build the homes people need. We'll build the communities where they can thrive. We'll bring in the investment and the jobs that will open up opportunities. But conference, I want to leave you with the words of Nye Bevan, that Labour hero, speaking on the Labour conference stage in 1945, addressing a party on the threshold of government and a nation recovering from catastrophe. He stood on a stage just like this one, and he said this: "We have been the dreamers, we have been the sufferers, but now we are the builders." Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, and I love the hats. They're brilliant. Oh, one for me. Brilliant. There we go. I'll end conference with this on. Right, thank you, Steve. And with that, we are adjourning for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks, colleagues.
start? Go for it. Yeah. Just looking at the mics. OK, conference, welcome back. Hope you've had a good lunch. Hope it's not been too good a lunch, though. We've got the international session to start off now, this session. And to introduce Anthony Albanese, I'm asking Keir Starmer, please. Keir.
Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. It is an absolute privilege to introduce a friend of mine, a real inspiration to those of us on the left, someone who is leading his country in the politics of renewal, and of course winning a landslide victory earlier this summer in Australia. Now, Albo and I have known each other a long time. We've met in many places around the world. We were in Canada early this year together at the G7, and we decided to brave a walk around the forest when there was rumours of some bear lurking around. But Albo, it was really great to see you there. And this week, it's been a particular pleasure to welcome Albo to our country at the Global Progressives Conference on Friday as a key partner in standing up to the divisive politics of the right, taking the fight for the soul of our countries to those who peddle grievance, armed with our shared values and our determination to deliver change. And then later on Friday to my home in Downing Street, where Albo came armed with cans of Albo beer. I kid you not. And now here in Liverpool as part of our family, our sister party, a fellow member of this great movement. I am delighted because our two nations don't just share history and values, a monarch, and even a language, but Albo and I are actively working together to make our world more secure and to improve the lives of people in our countries. From our AUKUS partnership to the Australian soldiers who are standing shoulder to shoulder with British troops, training Ukrainians for the front line. From our free trade deal and our investment in each other's countries, creating wealth, jobs and opportunity, and boosting our economies. This is a relationship that really matters. So I am delighted to introduce to the stage a true friend of Britain, my friend, the Prime Minister of Australia.
Well, thank you so much for that very warm Labor Party welcome. Here in Liverpool, we're 10,000 miles from where I joined the Labor Party, a long and winding road. Got that in early. But in our mighty global movement, you never walk alone. And just for balance, a shout out to all the evidence supporters out there as well. And thank you to my friend Keir for the Arsenal jumper. Yes, look after it. Look after it. Number 31 on the back that I received on Friday. Thank you to my mate and your leader, Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Thank you for the extraordinary honour of inviting me to speak to your conference, and thank you for your kind and generous introduction. Keir and I got to know each other pretty well during our time as leaders of the opposition, back when we thought that was the toughest job in politics. In opposition, I was always grateful for the chance to share ideas and compare notes. in government, I value the opportunities we have to work together and get results. To take action together on issues that really matter to our two nations and to the wider world, from standing together with the coalition of the willing to help secure peace on Ukraine's terms, to striving together to mobilise global action on climate change, to investing together so our citizens can build and crew a new generation of submarines through our AUKUS security partnership, and working together to break the cycle of violence in the Middle East and build something better by recognising the state of Palestine as a step towards a two-state solution. We want to see and we understand that is so essential for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live in lasting and secure peace. Can I also acknowledge a great Australian, a Labor legend, and my friend, the 27th Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard, who's here with us. Friends, none of us who join the Labor movement, whether in Australia or here in the UK, do so in search of an easy life. And no one comes to a Labor conference expecting a quiet weekend. Our conferences are big, diverse and passionate family gatherings. And like any family, when we all get together, occasionally we have our differences. Commentators sometimes fixate on those. But the debates that we hold here are not just healthy, they're essential. They are a sign of life. The energy and enthusiasm of our rank and file members has always been the beating heart of our movement. As parliamentarians, we stand on your shoulders. And as parties, we draw our strength from solidarity of values, not uniformity of thought. That's what all of us who belong to the Labor movement understand. The reason passions run high at our conferences is because we really care, because the stakes are really high, because what happens here really matters, because our conferences are about what we want for our respective countries. We deal with real issues, grounded in the real lives and aspirations of the people that we seek to serve. And just like Liverpool itself, this great city of creativity, invention and reinvention, our conference has always been a place for us to define our mission and renew our purpose. That is how we have endured and evolved. By having the courage to test ourselves, to demand more of each other, and by demonstrating to a new generation that we are alive to the challenges they face and engaged in the work of solutions. That's what both our nations did after the Second World War, when Clement Attlee and Ben Chifley and their Labor governments worked to build societies worthy of those who fought to defend the world from fascism and tyranny, by opening the doors of opportunity through education, by creating secure, well-paid jobs in manufacturing, by treating housing as not only the need but the right of every citizen, by making medicine affordable for all through Australia's world-leading pharmaceutical benefits scheme, and with the launch of that great pioneering endeavour in universal healthcare, the National Health Service. A promise that still binds, defines and drives both our Labor governments, that no matter where you live or how much you earn, you should be able to access and afford the healthcare you need. The same work of renewal drove Harold Wilson and Gough Whitlam through the 1960s and 70s, when their governments made equality for women a Labor cause, when they grasped that for Labor to continue to be the party of fairness and justice, we had to become a party for the elimination of discrimination and prejudice. Just as in the 1980s and 90s, Bob Hawke and Paul Keating passed the torch to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, where in both our countries, Labor was able to remain the party of compassion and opportunity by embracing our role as the party of openness, aspiration and prosperity. In the pages of the history books, and with the benefit of hindsight, all that seems like a natural progression, but we know different. We know every generation encountered resistance. We know every generation had to overcome sceptics and cynics. And we know that every Labor generation understood that to fulfil their purpose, achieve their goals, give life to their values, and keep faith with the people and movement they served, they had to be in government. Government is where you get things done. The Labor mission has never been a theoretical exercise or just a rhetorical one. Our work is measured in deeds, and it depends on delivery, on change our citizens can see, tangible, practical outcomes that make a positive difference to people's lives. This is where all of you here in the UK had the most valuable resource for any Labor government, the asset every progressive leader in every positive and ambitious government wishes they had more of: time. To give you some sense of that, in Australia, my colleagues and I were re-elected less than 5 months ago, and yet our next election is due before yours. For Labor governments, every single day counts, because it takes time to turn promises into progress. It takes time for plans to work and be seen to work, for inflation to fall, wages to rise, new homes to be finished, new energy connected, new hospitals to open, new investments in education to flow into results. It takes time to tackle problems that have been created over decades. It takes time to repay trust by delivering on commitments, and in doing so, build trust for future action. It takes time to make change with people and make change work for people. And none of that means we can expect or ask for patience. Cost of living pressures do not wait. Communities that need new jobs and homes cannot wait. Families that need better schools and hospitals cannot wait. The challenges that the world throws at us, from economic turmoil to threats to our national security, never wait. And the action that we need to take on climate change, the work we need to do to seize the jobs and opportunities of clean energy, that cannot wait. So while governments always need to be able to tell the difference between what's urgent and what's important, in the end, we have to do both. To take immediate action in a way that anticipates and creates future opportunities, to navigate stormy seas while always keeping our eyes on the horizon, and to bring both optimism and urgency to the work of delivery, to acknowledge the pressures that people are under, explain the causes and take action to help, to make it clear that while we cannot always predict or control the challenges we will face, we can determine how we will respond. In Australia, our election came against the backdrop of the worst global inflation since the 1980s and the biggest international energy crisis since the 1970s. And there was no quick fix, no easy answer. These same circumstances had brought about the defeat of incumbents around the world, and had some predicting that our first-term Labor government would be defeated or reduced to minority. But one of the reasons we won re-election, and indeed were able to increase our majority is because in difficult times we offered people real hope. We didn't pretend that we had solved every problem in just 3 years, but we could point to an economy that was turning the corner. Inflation down, wages up, unemployment low, and interest rates starting to fall. And we offered a second-term agenda that built on the patient and disciplined work we had done in our first term. A positive plan to cut taxes, boost wages, build homes, and make it easier to see a doctor for free. That is the work we are focused on delivering now. That's the essential task of every Labor government, to apply our timeless Labor values to the challenges of our time. And friends, in 2025, our values and purpose and effort are needed more than ever before. In an era where artificial intelligence is transforming our economies, we must stand up for secure jobs and fair wages. We must show our citizens that what Harold Wilson called the white heat of technology can forge new opportunities for working people at a time where young people feel the housing market is beyond their reach. We must build the new homes and create the economic opportunity that revives the dream of home ownership. For cities and regions on the front lines of economic change, we must invest in the education and training that empowers people to fulfil their potential. And we must build the clean energy that will power new jobs and industries. We approach this work with determination and with optimism, because all of these problems can be solved, all of these opportunities can be seized, but only if our people continue to see our institutions as the best way to make it happen. We all know this is a time when trust in governments and institutions is under challenge. We all sense this is an era where our capacity for peaceful disagreement is being tested. But what I see here in UK Labor, under this man, this leader, this Prime Minister, my friend, is the same determination that I know lives in every member of the Australian Labor Party. An absolute resolve to stand together and defend democracy itself. Friends, this is where one of the oldest choices that both our parties made remains one of the most important. In Australia and here in the United Kingdom, the trade union movement chose to advance the rights of working people, not just in workplaces, but by forming a political party. In Australia and the UK, Labor, as a movement, chose democracy. We chose Parliament and progress over protest. We chose to be both a movement for change and a party of government. We chose to make ourselves part of a system where our political fortunes rise and fall on the power of ideas and the judgment of our citizens. We set ourselves the task of winning people's trust and proving worthy of it. And make no mistake, when we chose democracy, we chose the hard road, because building to last takes time. Delivering change is more difficult than just demanding it. Working within the system is tougher than railing against it. And creating solutions requires more of us than just shouting slogans. In a democracy, being a party of government means grappling with uncertainty and complexity. It means dealing with the gritty realities of the world as it is. And it means making, and yes, owning, tough decisions in the national interest. Being honest with people about the scale of the challenges facing us and the time and effort required to meet them. But friends, we wouldn't have it any other way. We're better for all of that. Our plans and policies are stronger for it. Our vision and our ambition for our people is bigger because of it. And our countries are better for it too. Because in the end, the hard road is the only one that takes us anywhere. Tearing things down is easy, but it doesn't leave you with anything. The low politics of fear and resentment are easy, but they only divide the country, they don't advance it. The things worth doing are hard, and things worth doing are worth fighting for. Friends, democracy was a defining choice that both our parties made. I want to finish with an old truth that both our movements know, a message that the men and women of the trade union movement carried on their banners more than a century ago. Unity of Labor is the hope of the world. That has always been Labor at our best. Unity of party and unity of purpose. A movement that looks out to the world with hope for the future and works together to make it better. Unity of Labor reflects the power of solidarity to drive change, and it reflects the responsibility of Labor to promote unity, to foster cooperation and understanding in the world, and to build cohesion, respect and harmony at home. We do that by embracing patriotism as a truly progressive cause, by demonstrating that our love of country is what drives us to serve it, and also to change it for the better, by encouraging pride in everything that sets our nations apart from the world, by building faith in everything that brings us together, and by making it clear that the strength and power of the symbols that unite us lies in the faith that they belong to all of our citizens, not just some. Because in both our nations, our democracy, our laws and our values are for all of us to take pride in, for all of us to protect, for all of us to build on. Unity of Labor is the hope of the world, and in that spirit of hope, unity and solidarity, I wish you all the very best for an absolutely fantastic conference. Thank you for having me.
Let everybody take the seats. Fair enough. Okay, everybody, I'll just let everybody get settled and then we'll get started again. Settling could take a while. I think settling could take a while.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Quite a big turnover.
This is good, where's the...
Too much talking, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that. Right. Are we nearly there, conference? I'm sure there's seats for everyone. Come on. I think that'll do. Yeah, that'll do, will it? Yeah. Okay, well, conference, I'm sure you'd agree that was a fantastic way to start the afternoon session, followed on by equally fantastic bits of the session, I think. First off, we have speakers from Scotland, the first of which is our new Secretary of State, Douglas Alexander. Douglas, thank you.
Conference, it is an honour to address you as Labour's Secretary of State for Scotland. And let me start by paying tribute to the work of my friend and my predecessor, who kept the flag flying for Scottish Labour in the toughest of times. So, Ian, thank you for the work that you've done and the service you have given our party. Now, at last year's general election, when, let us remember, we held just 2 seats in Scotland, we made a promise that there would be Scots at the heart of a Labour government. And just over a year later, right across government, Scottish Labour ministers are harnessing the power of the United Kingdom to deliver for Scotland. Not just Ian's work on the creative industries at the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, but Kirsty McNeil's work to deliver local regeneration from the Scotland office, Michael Shanks and Martin McCluskey's work to deliver good jobs and clean energy from the Department of Energy, Blair McDougall's work to deliver our modern industrial strategy, and Zubair Ahmed's work at the Department of Health, proving that with a Labour government, waiting lists come down. We pledged, conference, that a vote for Scottish Labour wasn't just a vote to send a message, it was a vote to send a government. A promise made, conference, a promise delivered. Now, we all understand that across Scotland and indeed across the whole of the United Kingdom, that people are still suffering. Too many people feel ignored and forgotten, and there is still so much to do. We hear you, we get it. But the simple truth is this: no government, however determined, could undo all the damage of 14 years in just 14 months. So I want to assure you today that the work of change in Scotland is now underway. And the difference that we're making as a Labour government inspired by Labour values is both meaningful and measurable. Our Labour government has already raised the minimum wage and delivered a pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest paid workers in Scotland. We've delivered a £10 billion frigate deal that will secure 2,000 well-paid unionised jobs and so guaranteed the future of shipbuilding on the Clyde. We've delivered the largest budget settlement for Scotland in the history of devolution, burying Tory austerity once and for all. And conference, thanks to the campaigning efforts of our Scottish Labour MPs, last week a Labour-led Scotland office delivered direct funding of almost £300 million for regeneration to communities across Scotland, from the inner cities to the outer isles. So why, with the UK government now delivering record levels of investment to Scotland, do our communities feel that their public services are worse and not better? The facts don't lie. 20 years of the SNP running Scotland has taken our nation backwards on education, on health, on housing, on ferries, and backwards on pretty much everything for which they are responsible. That's why their election strategy seems to be, we've made a mess of everything we're responsible for, so let's talk about anything other than how we're running Scotland. like independence or Nigel Farage or independence or Donald Trump or independence or pretty much anything other than the present state of Scotland. Never has so much political capital been accumulated by one political party to so little effect. 20 years of Salmond, Sturgeon and Swinney, and there is so little to show for it. Can you really claim to be stronger for Scotland when you've weakened our public services and stagnated in government? Jackie Baillie put it best. The truth is, if John Swinney knew how to fix the challenges Scotland faces, he'd have done it by now. But conference, if the SNP won't talk about their record, then we surely will. In our hospitals, 1 in 6 of us are on waiting lists in Scotland. 100,000 Scots waiting in preventable pain for more than a year. In our schools, a sorry record of rising violence and falling standards. A housing crisis that continues to worsen, an economy held back. The majority of the Scottish public already know that the SNP are bad enough that they deserve to lose. So our challenge over the coming months is to convince the majority that we're good enough that we deserve to win. Together, from now until next May, we will make the case that a different and better future for our nation is possible. The SNP as a nationalist party is dedicated to making Scotland independent. Everyone understands that. But the harsh truth is that if you wake up every morning thinking, what can I do today to move Scotland closer towards independence? That means you start the day focused on difference, on division, and on grievance. And in today's world of political, economic, and technological tumult, that approach is just letting Scotland down. Now is the time to focus on building and not breaking, on cooperating, not on conflict, on working together and not pulling apart. We need and deserve in Scotland a First Minister committed to solidarity and not separation, to ensure that Scotland's aspirations are backed by the full strength of the United Kingdom. That is why the next First Minister has to be someone who will put the people of Scotland first, before constitutional obsession, or party advantage, or populist politics. Someone who will have both the ideas and, frankly, the energy. Someone willing to tackle the failure and complacency and be the person who wakes up every morning thinking, what can I do today to make Scotland's public services fit for the people of Scotland? And who can I work with today to make that happen faster? My friend, our leader, Anas Sarwar, has dedicated his life to public service. From working as an NHS dentist in Paisley, to calling out racism and speaking up for the marginalised, to delivering 37 Scottish Labour MPs, and most recently delivering victory in Hamilton, Larkhall, Stonehouse, and yes, in Barrhead. Anas Sarwar Conference, Anas Sarwar just keeps listening, keeps working, keeps leading, and yes, keeps winning. Conference, let me ask you to show your appreciation for our Scottish Labour leader, the man I believe, with your support, will be Scotland's next First Minister, Anas Sarwar.
A year ago, we delivered a UK Labour government, and in just 7 months' time, we can start the journey for change in Scotland too. And that election is a choice. Do we carry on as we are, or do we take a new direction? Do we see our Parliament as a vehicle for protest or a vehicle for change? And that choice is a simple one. A third decade of the SNP, carrying on the managed decline, or do we take a new direction with a Scottish Labour government and a Scottish Labour First Minister working every day to make life better for the people of Scotland and seeing government as service to you? Scottish Labour, ambitious for Scotland, ambitious for the future, ready to win and ready to serve.
Conference, thank you. Conference, thank you. It's an honour to be with you here in Liverpool today, and it's fantastic to be introduced by our new Secretary of State for Scotland, Douglas Alexander. Douglas, as Secretary of State and as co-chair of our Scottish election campaign, alongside the brilliant Jackie Bailey, I know, big cheer for Jackie. I know you will bring your passion, intellect and energy to help deliver another historic election victory in Scotland next year. And Douglas, you are carrying on the important work done by our dear friend, Ian Murray. The Conference, Douglas and Ian are now just 2 out of 9 Scottish Labour MPs serving our great country as ministers, proving that Scotland is at the heart of our Labour government and that Scotland is the beating heart of Labour's future. And since getting rid of the Tories last summer, we have begun the work of clearing up their mess and changing our country for the better. But let's be honest, it's not been easy, and it was never going to be. That's why we need to be more confident in telling our Labour story. We can't expect the right-wing press to do our job for us. We can't afford to be shy about the successes we have had or about the positive changes we are making. If we aren't going to talk about our successes, then no one else will. If we aren't going to tell our positive story, then people aren't going to hear it. So let's not be shy about our Labour story and what we have achieved in the past 15 months. Our New Deal for working people, the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, raising wages for over 3 million British workers, ending the scandal of fire and rehire, scrapping exploitative zero-hour contracts and improving rights for millions of workers. That's the difference we are making to so many lives, so let's not be shy about that. We have delivered economic stability after years of Tory chaos. And you know what that means? That means that the average mortgage in our country is now £1,500 lower since Labour came to power. And the average wage in our country is now £1,800 higher since Labour came to power. So a full-time working couple with a mortgage could now be £5,000 better off. And that's thanks to this Labour government. So let's not be shy about that. We have returned the United Kingdom to the top table in the world. We've led the way in calling for peace and security across the globe. We've stood by Ukraine in their struggle against Russian aggression. We have stood with our NATO allies in the defence of our European borders. We have called for a lasting peace and an end to the illegal occupation and the release of hostages in Israel and Palestine. And we have, at the UN General Assembly, finally recognised the state of Palestine, righting a historic wrong and ending almost a century-long injustice. So let's not be shy about that. Because, Conference, this is a Labour government promoting peace, securing trade deals and standing up for Britain on the world stage, meaning more investment, more jobs and more exports and better outcomes for Scottish workers and Scottish businesses. Trade deals with the EU, India and the US that will increase exports by billions of pounds, attract billions in investment and create tens of thousands of new, well-paid jobs. So let's not be shy about that. At Conference, I want to share a personal story. My first ever political campaign, when I was just 16 years old, was to try and save shipbuilding on the Clyde. But what has this Labour government delivered in just 15 months? 15 years of work for Clyde shipbuilders, securing thousands of jobs, a £10 billion deal that is the largest export deal in the history of shipbuilding in the UK, securing the future of shipbuilding in my home city of Glasgow for years to come. So let's not be shy about that. And after a decade and a half of Tory misrule, this UK Labour government has ended austerity once and for all. This is the difference that a Labour government is making. So let's not be shy about that. And none of this would have been possible if we hadn't got rid of the rotten Tories last year. A UK Labour government improving lives across the country. But conference, the truth is that we need to go further and shout louder about what we have done. Because the fact is, we are allowing our opponents to set the political weather too often. We are changing lives for the better, but we have to be more confident in telling our story. Confident in how we're improving lives for the better. Confident in how our Labour values reflect those of our great country. And confident about the UK's future. But the work of change is not being felt equally across the UK. Because in Scotland, we are being held back by a tired and out-of-touch SNP government. Let's look at the contrast. In England, under Labour, NHS waiting lists are falling. In Scotland, under the SNP, 1 in 6 Scots are on an NHS waiting list. Here, patients are being seen quicker, but not in Scotland. Do you know there are more people waiting over 2 years on an NHS waiting list in Glasgow alone than the whole of England combined? Here, schools are now recovering after a decade and a half of Tory misrule, while under the SNP, our schools are falling down the international league tables. Here, the Labour government is getting spades in the ground to build new homes, while in Scotland, the SNP are failing to deal with a national housing emergency. A UK Labour government is returning neighbourhood policing to local communities. But in Scotland, under the SNP, police numbers are cut and police stations are closing. So if you want to feel change in Scotland, change in the parts of government that touch you and your family every day, then we need to beat the SNP, replace the First Minister, and have a new occupant in Butte House. And in just 7 months, with your support, Scottish Labour will deliver just that. Because Scotland can't afford another decade of SNP rule, opportunities squandered, potential wasted. A UK Labour government delivered record funding to Scotland that the SNP could have spent improving our NHS and our schools. Since the election, they have had an extra £5.2 billion to spend. £5.2 billion. But what have we got to show for it in Scotland? Where has the money gone? So what have they done with Labour's record budget settlement? 880,000 Scots on an NHS waiting list. 100,000 patients waiting for over a year for treatment. And record numbers are having to shell out and pay privately to get the care they need. Where has the money gone? Despite record funding, the reality is when Scots need our NHS, too often it's not there and they are let down. Because the brutal truth is that Scotland's NHS won't survive a third decade of John Swinney and this knackered and out-of-touch SNP government. Record funding from Labour for our NHS in Scotland, but where has the money gone? This is just characteristic of an SNP government that cannot be trusted with your money. Scots working hard and paying their taxes all their lives, but when they look at Scotland's public services, what do they see? Cuts to police numbers, rising violent crime, falling education standards, 10,000 homeless children, and Scots being forced to emigrate to get jobs as doctors, nurses, and teachers. Scots paying more and more and getting less and less from the SNP. So we are rightly demanding to know, where has the money gone? We need to stop the SNP embezzling opportunities from Scots with their incompetence. And that's why there's a stark choice before Scotland in just 7 months. More failure and decline with the SNP, or a new direction with Scottish Labour. The choice is the past with John Swinney or the future. That is the simple and straight choice before the people of Scotland. And the need for change to unlock Scotland's potential could not be clearer. Scotland is a nation full of ambition, potential, and opportunity. We have world-leading businesses, unique natural resources, and global brands that command respect across the world. We are world leaders in renewable technology, home to cutting-edge scientific and tech institutions, and several renowned research-intensive universities. Scotland has so much to offer, but the truth is we are being held back by an SNP government that looks for excuses, not solutions. But their time is running out. They are now the past, we are the future, and we have only 7 months to make that future a reality. And conference, we have defied the odds and proven the pollsters wrong before, and we will do it again. They said we couldn't win in Scotland last year. We did. They said we couldn't win in the Hamilton by-election. We did. And we are going to do the same again next year. And let me say something about that by-election in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, because it's a good preview of the election. The gutter politics and bile of reform, and the cheap and cynical politics of the SNP, while we as Scottish Labour were relentlessly focused on the issues that matter. In Hamilton, reform attempted to set community against community, and even cast doubt on my identity. The truth is, Farage probably didn't even know where Hamilton was. He probably thought it was a show in the West End of London. So I say to Nigel, Scotland is my home. I am working day and night to change my country for the better. My story is Scotland's story, whereas you are a pathetic, poisonous little man that doesn't care about Scotland, doesn't understand Scotland, and Scotland will utterly reject you. Thank you. And friends, all reform can do is create noise. All they're interested in is creating noise. And all they risk doing is keeping the failing SNP in power. And the SNP and John Swinney, what did they shamefully do in that by-election? They talked up reform and attempted to push people towards them, because they would rather do that than talk about their own record. Well, I am glad that the good people of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse sent them both packing and led the way, and I'm confident that Scotland will do the same next year. And that success in Hamilton was down to so many of you in this room, the Labour family coming together to once again deliver change. So, conference, it's now on us to do that once again, to prove that the Scottish Labour Party are the only party that can deliver the new direction Scotland needs. It's on us to show that we are ambitious for Scotland and ambitious about our future. Because the truth is that Scotland's potential is limitless. Our ambition of our people is unlimited, but it's being held back. The entrepreneur wanting to expand their business being held back by punishing business rates. The worker struggling to earn because they're stuck on an NHS waiting list. And the family saving to buy a home but who've been simply priced out of the market. That's whose side we are on. And we are ready to deliver the new direction they need. So we will take on the noisy minority and deliver for the hard-working majority. We will fix our NHS, clear the backlogs, return to the family doctor and end the ATM rush for a GP. We will improve our schools and close the opportunity gap. We will support our high streets and grow our economy, and we will bring back community policing and deliver safer streets, and we will end the waste and respect your money. Scottish Labour, ambitious for Scotland, ambitious for the future, new ideas, new thinking, new leadership for Scotland. That's what we'll deliver together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Anas, and thanks for your support. Very good. Thank you, Conference. We're now moving over to Wales. Please welcome to the lectern in a minute Joe Stevens, Secretary of State for Wales and MP for Cardiff East. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Chair. A year ago, I stood on this stage and addressed you as Labour's first female Secretary of State for Wales in the first Labour government for 14 years. And I spoke about our mission to put Wales at the centre of our decade of national renewal. Wales at the heart of our modern industrial strategy. Wales at the forefront of our green revolution. And Wales leading the way on innovation and technologies of the future. Now, during the past year, we have worked in partnership with our brilliant First Minister, Eluned Morgan, and Labour colleagues in Welsh Government to boost the economy, to improve business confidence, to increase investment, and to create thousands of new jobs right across Wales. And we've done this because Labour is the only party on the side of working people. The only party that is prioritising strengthening our economy, improving living standards, putting more money in the pockets of every household and the rest of the UK and Wales on a path of national renewal. None of what we've achieved together since the election last year would have been possible without the determination, graft and teamwork in Parliament. And I want to pay tribute to Nia Griffith for her time in government. Nia's experience and wisdom has been invaluable to me. And I also want to welcome Anna McMorrin and Claire Hughes to the Wales office, who, alongside my PPS Becky Gittins and our Lord spokesperson Ruth Anderson, are an exceptional team of Labour women delivering for the whole of Wales. But a special and huge thank you to our 27 Welsh Labour MPs, whose tireless campaigning and advocacy for their constituents drives us on every day to go further and faster on the road of national renewal. And as always, I want to recognise the grit, the determination, the leadership and the friendship provided by our First Minister and Welsh Labour leader, Eluned Morgan. Now, the past 14 months have been all about delivery, all about two Labour governments delivering for the people of Wales. Welsh Labour fought hard against the years of Tory austerity, and now this UK Labour government has ended austerity with record budget settlements that provide billions more for Welsh Government to invest in public services. The Tory cost of living supercharged, the crisis supercharged by Liz Truss's economic chaos, caused real hardship for so many households in Wales. We inherited their catastrophic mess last year, and the UK government have been fixing the foundations. That's why we gave up to 160,000 workers in Wales a record pay rise through increases to the national living and minimum wage. It's why the UK and Welsh Labour governments have together started employment schemes in Denbighshire, Neath Port Talbot and Blaenau Gwent to help people back into work, to put money into pockets and to help raise standards of living for those in our communities that need the most help. It's why we've invested over £500 million to secure the future of steelmaking in South Wales, to help steel workers, supply chain businesses and their workers through the transition, but also to support local businesses to find new opportunities to expand and create new jobs. It's why we've established free ports and investment zones in every corner of Wales, driving billions of pounds in direct new investment in advanced manufacturing, floating offshore wind and much, much more, creating new jobs near to where people live in sustainable industries for now and for generations to come. And it's why we've invested nearly £500 million into Welsh Rail, reversing the Tories' historic underinvestment so we can build new stations, we can have more and faster trains that will connect the people of Wales to these new opportunities. And we can already see the impact that our Labour priorities are having in Wales. Unemployment is down. Interest rates have been cut 5 times, bringing down the cost of new family mortgages by about £1,000 a year. Inward investment into Wales has risen 30%. Yes, that's right, 30% in the last year alone. And real terms wages are consistently rising faster than inflation. But conference, I have to give you this big warning. This investment, this tireless focus on improving living standards, creating new jobs and making our public services fit for the future is under threat. Farage has turned up in Wales with patronising politics, with disrespect, division and derision for our communities. Reform UK don't care about Wales. They haven't got any Welsh policies. They haven't got a Welsh leader. They can't even spell Caerphilly right. But as much as we roll our eyes at their condescending, nativist tone, they are a serious threat. They're a threat to our communities, a threat to our NHS, and if you work in Welsh public services, they are a threat to your livelihoods. And the other nationalist bedfellows, Plaid Cymru, demonstrate every day how they're not a serious party and cannot be trusted with the levers of government. Plaid exists only to rip our nation apart. And at a time of global instability and threats to our national security, to rip us out of NATO. Constitutional obsessions backed by fantasy economics. More unfunded spending commitments than a Liz Truss mini-budget. How much would Plaid's disastrous plan for independence cost? Well, conference, I can tell you, because the UK government analysis has found that Plaid's plan for independence would cost Wales over £21 billion each and every year just to maintain the same level of services we have today. That's more than £11,000 for every working-age adult in tax rises and austerity cuts every single year. Now, if Plaid really want to be taken seriously, they need to be honest and confirm whether they're going to tax Welsh families into poverty or cut public services to the bone. Labour has ended austerity in Wales, so don't let Reform or Plaid impose it on Wales again. Because conference next May, we know that Wales faces a choice between renewal and decline, and between decency or division. And together as Labour governments, we are setting out the path of renewal towards a fairer, more prosperous Wales, proud of our history and in control of our future. At the moment, the world is and feels uncertain. Global instability is having an impact not just on our safety, but on the cost of our energy, the cost of everyday purchases. And that is why this Labour government has taken the necessary action to prioritise our national security, living costs and people's livelihoods. And our Labour Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has restored the UK's reputation on the world stage. He's delivered trade deals that will lower food costs, reduce burdens on businesses and create jobs. He's invested in our safety and our security. Keir has set the example of strong leadership. Leadership that, unlike Reform or Plaid, demonstrates that this Labour government will never play politics with people's lives. And nothing demonstrates the choice Wales faces next year more clearly than the steps this Labour government have taken in just the last 3 weeks. So, whilst Reform MPs are absent from Parliament, they only turn up really to vote against workers' rights, they're out there apologising for Putin, undermining our country, our businesses and our people to our global partners. Meanwhile, I've been in Caerphilly launching Wales's defence growth deal that will strengthen our armed forces and create new high-skilled jobs in Wales's defence sector. And whilst Plaid championed their plan for independence, just this week we have launched our Pride in Place programme, which will invest over £200 million to revitalise high streets and regenerate communities right across Wales, from Conway to Ceredigion to Caerphilly. That's the choice for Wales at the Senedd election next May. Labour on the side of our people and communities, or those nationalist parties looking to divide and deprive. Only two Labour governments working together can and will keep Farage out of Wales and lead our country on that path of renewal. Conference, that is the election we must fight. That is the election we must win. So let's get out there and do it together. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Joe. Very inspiring. We're now going to see another video, which will then introduce Alunid. Yeah. Somewhere.
With the people of Wales behind us, we will win and build a better future. We're not just fixing what's broke, building something better.
That's all right, sit down, sit down. Well, diolch yn fawr, shwmai. Shwmai, that's how we greet each other in Wales. So let's try that again, shwmai. Excellent, diolch yn fawr. I'm Lynette Morgan. If you haven't seen much of me before, get ready, because you're about to see a lot more of me, because we've got one hell of a fight on our hands in the run-up to May's Senedd election. And make no mistake, we are in this together, right across the UK. All of us on the front line, fighting for everything we believe in, everything we've built together. Now, literally, the story of Wales is entwined with the story of Labour. From the coalfields that gave us Bevan and the valleys that raised Kinnock. For more than a century, Labour has been the voice of our nation. Wales built us as a party, and in return, we built Wales. But let's be brutally honest. The polls are not looking good. People are angry. They're disillusioned. Our voice, the voice that's always fought for them, is getting drowned out by the carnival of charlatans and the circus of snake oil salesmen. Now, reform blames foreigners. Plaid blame Westminster. Divisive nationalism in different forms. Different poison, same bottle. All with answers that sound brilliant until you ask how. They can't tell you, but I can. Because unlike the merchants of false promises, unlike the peddlers of easy answers, Welsh Labour doesn't just talk, we deliver. Using the powers of devolution to build a nation that doesn't just reflect our values, but fights for them every single day through what we call the Red Welsh Way. Now, three principles underpin everything we do: equality, security, community. We're the only part of the UK with a social partnership enshrined in law, the only one protecting future generations in law, the only nation giving every primary school child a free school meal, and the only government to stop profiteering in children's care homes, giving free prescriptions for all, free bus passes for older people, and the only government guaranteeing the real living wage for care workers. That, my friends, is socialism in action. And while we've been delivering what's Plaid's record, promises without plans, ambition without answers, easy words on independence. But when they had the chance to support our communities with extra cash, they voted with the Tories to block it. Mae brwydr anferth o'n blaenau ni yn etholiadau'r Senedd. Mae cysylltiad dwfn rhwng ein plaid ni a'n gwlad yn un sydd wedi bodoli ers canrif. Mae newid bywydau yn rhan o beth yn unig, ac mae hwn I gyd o dan fygythiad os na fyddwn ni yn ennill y flwyddyn nesaf. You can give me a clap for that bit. Now, we know that tomorrow's Wales won't be built on yesterday's achievements. Our high streets matter. I've heard it directly from people in Caerphilly, where we're facing a crucial by-election. And if we want them to thrive, we have to protect them. And that's why we'll build on the UK government's announcements and introduce new licensing powers to curb the spread of vape shops, keeping our town centres safe, balanced and welcoming. Our high streets thrive when local jobs thrive. And in Wales, we are committed to fair work. And in the next Senedd term, any business seeking Welsh Government support will need to pay the real living wage, end exploitative zero-hours contracts, and open a door to trade unions. Because public money must mean public good. And we're making it easier to get to work, but also to socialise. We've spent £800 million on new trains and created a modern South Wales metro. And from December, new late-night services will run from Cardiff to the Valleys, and we're doubling trains on the Wrexham to Chester line. Now, conference, when Labour governs in Cardiff and Westminster, partnership delivers, not in theory, but in practice, backed by the biggest financial settlement in the history of devolution. So because of that, we now have safer coal tips, higher wages for Welsh workers, and 2.7 million NHS appointments delivered every month in a population of 3 million people. But our work is far from done. People need us to move faster, hit harder, deliver bigger. But without the powers and the money to fully match our ambition, it'll be much more difficult. And that's why Wales needs powers over youth justice, so our communities can shape solution, fair rail funding, and yes, control over our natural wealth, our wind, our seas, our energies, because we'll always stand up for our people and for fairer, more equal devolution. We stood firm under the Tories, and we stand firm as Welsh Labour today. Because it's our membership card that says it's best. Country first. So we'll never stop pressing for every power, every pound that Wales deserves. But while we're building the future, others are busy polishing their wrecking ball. Reforms plans? Gut the NHS. Flog and frack everything that moves. Turn Wales into their testing ground for an ideology that puts profits before people. To them, our health service isn't a lifeline, it's a profit line. A business opportunity waiting to be carved up. We've seen this play before in Wales. Nigel Farage's UKIP party elected 7 members in 2016, and by the end of the term, 6 of them had left, drawn by infighting, broken promises, and internal chaos. And just this week, their former Welsh leader admitted taking Russian bribes. And right now, they're attacking our support for Ukrainian refugees. This lot are putting Wales first. They're not putting Wales first, they're putting Putin first. Now, Wales doesn't need fantasy politics. Mark my words. Wales will fall into chaos if either Plaid or Reform wins in May. What we need is experience and stability in an age of instability, and that's what Welsh Labour can offer. So, conference, are we going to stand here and let vultures tear the heart out of all we've built? No. Welsh Labour is ready to stand up, but we need our entire movement behind us, because the result of May's contest will resonate through all our communities. So wherever you're from, stand with us. Let's build, not break. Let's show them Labour never gives up, never gives in. So are you up for the fight? Yeah. Then bring it on.
Well, just like to thank Leonard for that. That was inspiring, I think. Got you all going. Very good. So much so I'm having to go and rest now. We're changing the chair for the next session. We'll be covering the Treasurer's report and the constitutional amendments. So I'd like to welcome, looks round his shoulder, Abdi Dual. Is Abdi here to chair the next session? Of course he is, on cue. Thank you, Abdi, and thanks, conference, for your patience.
Nearly tripped over that. Right, let's get some water going. Good afternoon, conference. I hope people aren't leaving because I'm starting to chair, but anyway. Good afternoon, conference. Hope you're all right. We're now going to welcome to the lectern the Labour Party Treasurer, Mike Payne.
Diolch, Chair. Prynawn da pawb. Conference, I'm Mike Payne and I'm proud to be your party Treasurer. and to present the audited accounts for 2024, which begin on page 46 of the conference report. I'm extremely proud to have been able to serve as an active trade unionist for nearly 5 decades. I know it doesn't show, this is where you're supposed to say it doesn't show. And as an officer of the GMB for over 30 years. Standing shoulder to shoulder with working people in their struggles and in their victories. And conference, what I've learned in that time is a simple but true. The real tools we have to deliver lasting change don't just come from our values or our words, but from how we choose to organise, how we resource, and how we sustain our campaigns to deliver policies for people across the whole of the UK. Policies like the Employment Rights Act. When we invest properly in the fights that matter to our members and to our communities, we give ourselves the strength and organisation to win. That is how we turn solidarity into action, and action into the results that matter most to working people. We also know that for our party to be strong electorally, it must be strong in its foundations. That means resilient, sustainable finances, the kind of financial health that allows us to fight for what we believe, to grow, and to win for all people across the UK. In the last year, we have taken important steps to stabilise our party's finances. After a crucial election year, to protect our vital limited resources and to ensure that every pound raised is spent in such a way that it delivers maximum value for the party. As you walk around this conference centre this week, I want you to thank the team who have worked so tirelessly to put together the biggest conference that Labour has ever held, and also to take time to talk to the stall holders that are here and have donated this week. I'm pleased to advise conference that we now have a completely revitalised finance team, with a new Chief Finance Officer, Debbie Giwa, the first female CFO in our party's history. Croeso, Debbie, welcome. In addition, we've appointed 2 new heads of service, and this team has hit the ground running and are already embedding modern checks and balances into our management processes. But this is not just about processes or spreadsheets. It is about accountability, it's about trust, and it's about building a party that is truly match fit for the challenges ahead. As your party treasurer, I'm working hand in hand with the General Secretary and our finance team to help drive a change in financial culture right across the organisation to make sure we're ready to win, win and win again. A culture where every level, from the General Secretary, political leaders, NEC members and staff, work together and are collectively accountable for the income for which our party depends. Because conference, good financial management is not just about how we raise money, but how we spend it too. Having the discipline to ask whether every pound is being put to its best use is not just a principle for the lean times, it must be the way we do our business at all times. Conference, I can advise you that we've just completed the most extensive audit process that I've known since I've been party treasurer, which has thrown up suggestions for our improvement, and I can tell you that we will be taking on board all of those recommendations, and indeed I can advise conference that the new team have already begun to implement a number of those changes and will continue to work over the coming months to strengthen our management financial processes further. When I became party treasurer, I promised you that I would ensure the importance of living within our means, whilst also ensuring that financial discipline never comes at the expense of our core mission, which is campaigning and winning elections. No longer will finances be something distant or detached. Financial resilience, stability and sustainability are the responsibility of us all, That is what collective responsibility and transparency looks like. Conference, we should be really proud of the progress we've made and the progress we are still going to make. You will see, Conference, in the 2024 published accounts that we have a reported deficit of 3.7 million for 2024, which is above the planned deficit of 2 million. However, it is important to remember that to have achieved our landslide victory on the 4th of July last year, we had to invest in extra staff, we had to invest in hardware, software, and as Holly said earlier, in the digital campaigning to put us in the best possible position to win. Conference, we won because of the commitment and support of you, our members, our trade unions, our socialist societies, and the donors. As a result, the Labour Party not only outspent the Tories for the first time ever, but we also outspent all the 16 parties listed by the Electoral Commission combined. To put it another way, the combined income of those 16 parties was almost identical to Labour's income alone, with a difference of only £130,000. That is a sign of our combined strength and what we can achieve when we work together. But we must also be candid. There is still important work ahead. To secure a truly stable financial footing, my commitment to provide financial stability and long-term resilience is unwavering. This is not simply about managing today's balance sheet. It is about ensuring that in the short, medium and long term, we as a party are prepared for the challenges that lie before us. And we must be ready to meet those challenges, comrades. That is why the year ahead is so important. Conferences is our first full year operating without short money and Cranbourne monies. For those that don't know, that is the money that is given to opposition parties to sustain their organisation whilst in opposition. As a result of this loss of income, which equates to over 7 million, we are having to adapt to the challenges of fluctuating income. We mustn't be complacent, but this isn't an uncommon trend for a party transitioning from opposition into government. What matters now most of all is how we respond. We must plan ahead, tightening up where we must and investing where it counts. We are making sure that these fluctuations do not weaken our ability to campaign, preferring instead to sharpen our focus and control our expenditure. Let me be crystal clear. The General Secretary and I are absolutely as one in our endeavour to build financial resilience within this party. Because this is not just about numbers. It's about our ability to win campaigns, to grow and win elections, and to deliver for ordinary working people. Together, let us keep building a party that is accountable, resilient, stable, and unshakable. Because when our finances are strong, Conference, our campaigns are strong. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch, Mike, and to you and the party staff as well and the finance team who've been doing amazing work in some challenging circumstances. Conference, we will now move on to the constitutional amendments. We have constitutional amendments from CLPs as well as from the NEC. To move the NEC constitutional amendments, I'm going to invite Maggie Ferncombe to the stage.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maggie Ferncombe, Vice Chair of the Organisational Subcommittee on the NEC. Conference, today we're debating a range of rule changes proposed by both the NEC and CLPs. In line with precedent at previous conferences and in order to assist with the smooth process of balloting, the NEC has agreed to group together packages of rule changes into groups. Each of the groups is subject to a card vote, and each CLP rule change will also be subject to an individual card vote. the NEC recommends that Conference votes for the following NEC rule changes. Card vote 1 on administrative and language updates. This package updates the language of the rulebook and includes more clarity around membership subscriptions and candidate contracts, as well as tidying up some language made redundant due to rule changes passed at previous conferences. The language changes also reflect the changing nature of local and regional government to better include our fantastic directly elected mayors in our local government structures. Card vote 2 is on safeguarding. This package of changes updates our disciplinary processes to ensure that serious criminal offences discharged out of court by police caution can now be considered as part of our disciplinary processes. It also introduces safeguards for members under the age of 18 by ensuring that they can continue to play a full role in their local parties, but restricting those roles with statutory legal responsibilities or where their personal details could be made available to hundreds of members. Card vote 3 is CLP updates. These amendments update our rules for CLPs to reflect the incredible success of the 24 general election, to make it easier for MPs to report back to their members on their work as an MP. It also makes changes that reflect the practices in lots of CLPs who alternate between EC meetings and members' meetings each month, and brings the rule on rescinding resolutions in line with these changes. Card vote 4 is on regional governance and representation. Card vote 4 proposes a number of changes, including ensuring that our elected local government colleagues can play a full part in our regional conferences by attending with speaking rights, and returns the election of the regional executive officers to being elected by their REC colleagues. The changes also update the procedures for the MPF so that regional representatives are elected by the democratically elected CLP delegates in this hall, saving the party thousands of pounds in administrative costs. Finally, these changes give greater flexibility to our regional, Welsh and Scottish offices to establish young Labour branches across our regions and nations. And the last group of NEC rule amendments is Labour in local government, card vote 5. This final NEC card vote groups together several changes to Labour in local government, updating the procedures for payments of local government levies, and also making further amendments that will ensure our groups can better deal with sensitive council and group matters in a confidential environment. Conference, I'll now just go on to speak on the CLP card votes, and the NEC is recommending that you vote against the following amendments. Card vote 6 from Bracknell CLP. This amendment would stop elected representatives on regional and national bodies and all Labour Party staff from standing for public office. Every year, many elected representatives and staff stand for local councils, often in areas where it's really hard for Labour to win, but we want to ensure as many voters as possible have the chance to support a Labour candidate. Our NEC and regional executive committees also have specific places allocated to parliamentary and local government representatives, and this change would block them from continuing these roles while seeking reselection as councillors, breaking that vital link between our elected reps and our party structures. And finally, it would undermine the freedom of our trade unions and affiliates to choose the officials they wish to appoint to our NEC and other bodies, something we believe they should be able to continue to do so in line with their own processes. Card vote 7 is Lewis CLP. This rule change would remove the party's ability to set logical timetables for selections of candidates at parliamentary level, allowing parliamentary selections to take place at any time, irrespective of any other party priorities. This change would place a significant burden on our hard-working party staff who are often working on by-elections, crucial local elections and events such as this conference, forcing priorities have to be amended. And card vote 8 from Leighton and Wanstead, that rule amendment has been withdrawn. Finally, as a reminder, the NEC is recommending that you vote for the card votes 1 to 5 and against the CLP card votes 6 and 7. Conference, I move the constitutional amendments submitted by the NEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I will now invite the CLPs to move their constitutional amendments. I just want to alert delegates that as Maggie just said, one constitutional amendment has been withdrawn, which is card vote 8. Does a delegate from Bracknell and Lewis CLPs wish to move their amendment? Okay. I can't see a delegate. Oh, okay, yes. If you could go to the desk just at the front, please, so you can get your name up. How many minutes do they have? 3 minutes. Thank you, Delegate. You have 3 minutes when you get onto the stage.
Hello, Conference. I'm James from Bracknell, Berkshire, and this is my first time speaking at Conference. Our amendment today is about selections for Labour candidates, which is vote 6. I know how much work all of you in this room do supporting your local Labour candidates and how important it is to build a campaign around them, which takes time. Late impositions of candidates can disrupt this and remove members' say in who they are campaigning for. This is why the selections for Labour candidates need to be more democratic, and we should end NEC impositions of candidates. Local party members should select their candidates for every election. These are not my words, but those of Sir Keir back in February 2020. Selecting candidates earlier can help avoid impositions and allowing them to spearhead their local campaign. However, circumstances can change and impositions can still happen. It's not only important that candidate selections are fair and democratic, but also that they are seen as such. Therefore, Bracknell believes that introducing constitutional checks is important, so that sitting members of the body that sets the rules on impositions are not put in a situation where they could be accused of gaining advantage by that position. While we note the NEC's comments on the effects of this change on paper candidates and staff potentially being over-inclusive, which we admit was not the original intent of this motion, by resigning their position first, it would ensure that if members of the NEC or their staff were to then be selected as candidates, they could not be accused of gaining an unfair advantage. Further, this would send a message encouraging proactivism around avoiding impositions where possible. We believe this will help future campaigns for a Labour government, which we all know can make such a difference. I thus commend you to vote for this amendment at card vote 6 today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. We'll take the delegate from Lewis. Can we take the delegate? Delegate, you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to move this amendment from Lewis CLP. It's actually one of the most beautiful parts of the country. It's set on the South Downs with spectacular views of the Downs, the cliffs and the English Channel. In fact, there's only one thing wrong with it. We don't have a Labour MP. We do have a very enthusiastic band of members. Only this weekend for a town council by-election in Newhaven, we've got a dozen people out, and it would have been It would have been 2 more if we weren't both here at conference. We want to be able to select a prospective parliamentary candidate early and to be out there bringing our message to voters in the area. We know we've got a really steep hill to climb, but that's why we want to start early. We want to elect our candidate, get them known in the area, campaign with them to get our really excellent messages across. And gradually we can build support. But inevitably, we will be twinned with a target seat, and so we will be expected to go to a different area to be campaigning there. But the big advantage is, if we have done all that work, knocking on doors, talking to people in our local area, not only have we built the enthusiasm of our members, but we've actually built experience. We've got new people on board. We can arrive at wherever we're sent. We can be knocking on doorsteps in that area with an experienced band of canvassers who have learnt that perhaps the hard way in some of the hardest areas of just how to get our message across. We know the NEC is not supporting this on this occasion, but we really would ask them to reconsider, because as far as we can see, there's nothing to lose in this amendment, but there's certainly everything to gain. So we really would ask you to support this amendment. We'd ask the NEC to reconsider, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can that be formally seconded so we have more time to debate? Just from the floor. Perfect, thank you. So, colleagues, I understand many delegates will have varying views on those amendments and the NEC amendments that we're proposing. So there will be time for speakers in a moment, but with a lot to get through, I want to make sure that these CLP constitutional amendments are formally moved and seconded, so that everyone gets an equal chance to make sure their priority issues are considered. So thank you, Conference. I will now take some speakers on constitutional amendments. It would be helpful if you could clearly state. We can go to the front desk and they'll tell me whether or not there is a point of order. So I'll now take speakers on constitutional amendments. It would be very helpful if you could clearly state which constitutional amendment you are speaking about, and I will take speakers in threes. Shall I wait for that first? No. Okay. If you could clearly indicate, please, if you are wanting to speak. I see delegate there, in the red top. I see delegate there, in the white top. I see a delegate there. I can't see what you're wearing, but there's only one delegate indicating. So yeah, delegate over there. Yeah. Thank you. Please go to the front desk just to register with the staff. Should we let him have his point of order then? Okay. Thank you. I'll take the first delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Russell from Leicester, speaking against card vote 6. It can be incredibly difficult ensuring that every resident in every part of the country has a Labour candidate to vote for. In some parts, we're fighting one another to be able to stand, but in others, it is incredibly tough. There are people who don't want to stand as paper candidates, And it is wrong for us to not, as a party, be making sure that in every single election we are standing candidates. It shouldn't matter if they already have a place on the NEC or a regional board or a councillors or anything else. Actually, we need people to be able to vote for Labour representatives wherever they are, so vote against card 6.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll take the second delegate now. Please do state which constitutional amendment you are speaking on as well, please.
Hi, I'm Samuel Barnes of North Somerset CLP, and I'm here to speak against proposed rule changes for the election of MPF and the related amendments to go with that. My main opposition to these changes are the fact it will further the distance between members and members of the MPF and our policy-making programmes, and the fact that young members, especially, will see themselves disenfranchised when it comes to MPF elections, given the fact that the proposed changes will mean that only young member delegates will be able to vote for that position. Now, I was at my delegate briefing, and the number of young people in that room was perhaps not too many. We would be voting, maybe up to 10 of us, on who will represent young members on the MPF in the South West region. I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's democratic. As such, I will be opposing the changes to MPF, which will make our party less democratic. Our party chair today stood in front of us and told us about the great thing about our party, which is the fact that we have a democratic right to decide how policy is decided within this party. And we will today, if we vote for these changes, be losing that. So I urge conference today to oppose any rule changes to the election of MPF. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the third speaker.
I am Councillor Rebecca Baker of Darlington Labour Group. I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm in support of Card Vote 5. I'm pleased to say that we are the largest party in Darlington Local Authority and we hold power. Being elected into local government means our residents have put their trust in us to represent them. Our Labour group discusses the biggest issues and the most sensitive issues facing our community. We examine the evidence and the budget, we debate and challenge each other to reach united decisions to best meet the needs of our residents, and these meetings should be held in private. I am pleased that our CLP and LGC choose to not observe these meetings. Our local government is held accountable by local party members at CLP meetings, and our residents hold us to account at public meetings and in the ballot box. So I'll ask conference to vote for Card 5 of the NEC rule changes. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll take another round of speakers as well. I see that delegate there. I'll take that delegate there. I think the red. I'll take that delegate there. I think you've got a white lanyard. Yes. There you go. That, yeah. Perfect. If you can come to the front and give your name in, please. And if you could, when you do speak, please do let us know which constitutional amendment you are speaking on. And if you're a first-time speaker as well, you'll get a clap from the floor. So do tell us that.
Conference, I'm Councillor Esther Barrett from Crawley CLP. I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. I'm speaking against Card Vote 6. It's often incredibly difficult to find people to stand as paper candidates in elections. We shouldn't be preventing people from doing that just because they serve on committees. Our small CLPs need as many options as they can get. We have MPs and councillors who serve on committees from across the UK. Forcing them to stand down every time they're up for re-election risks us losing valuable knowledge and experience. Lots of our NEC, REC and staff members represent their communities as local councillors. And as a party of trade unionists, we shouldn't be forcing people to choose between their local residents and their jobs or other positions. Thank you.
Delegate. Can we take the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, Conference. I am Councillor Karen Shaw. I'm a CLP delegate here today, but I was also the parliamentary candidate for Runcorn and Hillsborough and currently sit as an REC member for the Cheshire CLPs. So first of all, I'd like to associate myself with some of the comments that have been made already about how difficult it is to find candidates to stand for election in CLPs. And we know that all of the jobs are usually dished out amongst a small number of people. And the second point I want to make is that we have lots of MPs and councillors who serve on committees. And what are committees there for? Well, certainly the Regional Executive Committee is there to help people campaign and win elections. We are there to get as many Labour representatives into public office as we possibly can. And what do we need to do that? We need knowledge, we need skills, we need expertise. And that's why I am against, I'm afraid, the Bracknell amendment, because it will mean that we will lose far too much knowledge, skills and experience, which is absolutely invaluable for training new activists to get people elected and over the line. And finally, we've got lots of staff members as well who sit on these committees, and they might be a local councillor. And we're trade unionists. Why on earth would we want to make our members choose between their jobs and their communities just because they're serving on a committee? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen.
Conference, my name is Sarah Feeney. I'm actually a first-time speaker at Labour Party Conference. I'm also a delegate for Rugby CLP, and I'm speaking to you today to encourage you to vote against Rule Change 6. Conference, I suppose for my sins, I also address you as the LGC Secretary for our borough group, someone who relies on our volunteers' free time to conduct local government interviews and appeals. And I know there are plenty of people in this room who've done appeals and interviews for me and have spent hundreds of hours doing such things. So I'm sure we can all agree that the Labour Party wants the very highest calibre of candidates and councillors to carry us through our elections into the next general election. And it shouldn't be, as the previous speaker said, that we exclude members by the virtue of other positions they may hold within our party. The regional board allows us to keep the integrity in our selection processes, and there are mechanisms in place to stop any conflicts of interests. So I say to you, we ought to be grateful and applaud all of those volunteers who diligently conduct our interviews for us, who also serve in our committees and on our boards. And I'll be honest with you, if they want to stand for council, we really should be encouraging them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. I'm feeling generous, and we're running quite early, so I'm going to take one more round, one final round. I'll start on that. See that delegate there? I see the delegate there. Right at the back. Right at the back. Yep. You? Yeah. I see that delegate over there. Yep. You. Yeah. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Got them at the end. I'll take you as well. I'm going to break my rule and take 4.
Good afternoon, conference. Welcome to a historic next 2 minutes. This is the last time you will ever hear, if the rule change goes through, which I support, from a chair of the Association of Labour Councillors. My name's Vince Maple, and I've been very proud to hold that role for the last 2 years. But the thing is, thank you for that 2 claps over there. Thank you. The reality is our rulebook needs to catch up with the legislation that our government is putting through at the moment. Really important legislation. We heard this morning about passing powers down to communities, working collaboratively and collectively. Think about that. Think about the fact that we've now got local representatives working hard for their communities every single day. More than 6,000 Labour councillors, but working alongside our friends and colleagues in regional government as well. And having that collective strong voice within the Labour Party, I think, is really important. Because we've got to remember, we're at the start of the journey of renewal. Because we are working with a situation where, as many of you will remember, just a few miles up the road from me in Medway, the former Prime Minister was boasting about the fact of taking money away from deprived urban areas. That's the backdrop we've got to where we are today. So the change you see in front of us is an important one. I think there's still work in progress on acronyms. I don't think it should be council and regional government, local McFace. Let's not go down there. We've tried that one too many times with people, I think. So we'll be working on that, but the spirit of working collaboratively in all parts of local and regional government is critical. So really pleased to support this, urge colleagues to support this, and it means that we're ready as a party with our rulebook and structures to mirror the brilliant legislation we're passing through under our new Labour government. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Vince, as well. Thank you. I'll take the next speaker.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm Councillor Tirath Dat, representing Sandwell. First time speaker. So thank you. So in Sandwell we have, wait for it, 63 Labour councillors. But as I'm sure you can imagine, group meetings can sometimes be quite fraught. As we're making very difficult decisions impacting our residents' lives. And that's why, conference, I'm speaking in favour of card vote 5. Conference, my colleagues and I are doing the hard yards in our communities, often dealing with and debating very sensitive issues. We should be able to do so as the Labour group in a safe space where there can be robust debate and councillors can voice their opinions ahead of important full council meetings. Conference, this is not about accountability. One of my favourite things about being a Labour Party councillor is liaising with the members I represent. I enjoy keeping them up to date on things. Regardless of today's vote, I will continue to do so through CLP reports, direct conversations, and of course through the branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Conference. My name's Lenny Rolls. I'm a councillor in Gravesham. I also stood as the candidate in the Weald of Kent and the Kent Police and Crime Commissioner elections, but this is my first time speaking to conference. Today I'm speaking against card vote 6. The reason for this is that I, like many of us in the room, have been out alongside our hard-working Labour staff. They work alongside us day in, day out, as do the NEC, and I think to prevent them from standing as councillors or any elected position is absolutely wrong. As chair of Gravesham CLP, We struggle to field candidates for specific positions across the whole of our borough. We rely on candidates coming from all backgrounds, from many diverse backgrounds, from all parts of the community, and that includes those that work for the party and work on our NEC. We shouldn't be preventing anyone from standing that is a part of our Labour movement. Conference, I urge you to vote against card vote 6 because it's vital that we support our hard-working staff and those around us to make sure that we can field candidates across the country so that everyone has an opportunity to vote for the Labour Party. Thank you very much, Conference, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Hello, good afternoon, Conference. My name is Victoria Bamishile and I'm one of the councillors for Milton Keynes. I'm representing Milton Keynes North. Thank you very much. It is my first time speaking and it is also my first time as a delegate. Friends, I'm here to support the NEC rule changes, especially the safeguarding improvements. Since the EHRC report in 2020, our disciplinary processes have improved, making our party safer and more accountable. But we must keep going. These updates will allow us to remove individuals who've committed serious offences but only received a police caution. It's a small but vital step. So please support the NEC changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Conference. David Landon Cole, Huntingdon CLP. I want to speak against card vote 7, which is the one that would give CLPs that receive less than 20% of the vote at the last general election the right to request a timetable and so on. I've lived in CLPs where that would come into play. I completely get the desire behind that. We all want candidates selected earlier. This isn't the way to do it. The party is having to orchestrate 600 and some dancers in a complicated ballet. Running a selection uses staff time, which has to be managed, and it doesn't take any account of what is going on nationally. As written, a CLP could ask the day after a general election to start selecting its candidate for a general election in 5 years' time. That automaticity that's in the text as we've got it is just a recipe for causing problems and actually slowing down the process of selecting candidates by adding more work onto officers. Thanks very much.
Thank you, delegates. We'll take one more round and then move on to summarising this debate. So can I see a hand? See delegate in the corner there. Sorry, you're shouting at me and you're standing up, so it's a no from me. Sad. I see a delegate there. Yep, yep. And I see a delegate over there. Yep. Yes, you. There we are. Sorry?
Lady in red. She's questioning whether you've called her.
Which one? I can't say. No, I didn't. I only picked 3. Thank you again. If you could come to the front and give your details to the desk, please. Thank you. Over to you, delegate.
Brilliant. Councillor Jessica Smith, East Hall CLP, many-time delegate but first-time speaker. And I'm speaking against card vote 6. I'll first declare that I'm proud to be a Labour councillor and I'm proud to serve on the Yorkshire and Humber Regional Executive Committee. This amendment unfairly penalises the very people who give the most to our party. Members of our regional and national committees are not careerists They're activists elected by their peers because of their commitment, knowledge and integrity. And these qualities are exactly what we should want in candidates for public office. This rule would force them to resign before even applying, creating a risk that they'd lose their internal voice without even gaining the chance to stand. That is not a quality of opportunity, it is a barrier to participation. We already have checks and balances to ensure fairness in selections. If influence is the concern, let us strengthen transparency, not block talented members from putting themselves forward. Our party should open doors, not close them. I urge you to reject this rule change. Thank you.
Delegate.
Hello Conference, I'm Stephen Mullard-Toll. I'm the delegate for Harlow, first-time speaker, first-time delegate. I am speaking in favour of Rule Change 5. Our Labour groups need to be a place for frank and open discussions, and trust me, as a Labour councillor, in my Labour group I have had frank and serious discussions. We need to give them the space to have these in private and have their disagreements in private, so when they come out in public, they are a united force. Our councillors are the backbone of this movement. They are at the coalface every single day for our communities, making decisions that affect the people that elected them. Please vote in favour of Rule Change 5 so you can give them the space to carry on doing the jobs that they were selected and elected to do. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Rebecca Everett from Erewash, and I am urging people to vote against card vote number 7. Before and over the general election, I worked closely with my MP, Adam Thompson, for Erewash, and know that from being a parliamentary candidate is an incredible amount of work, and at times can be almost or equivalent to a full-time job. This is a huge commitment for anyone, and 3 years is a heavy time commitment. The amendment would increase pressure for those who cannot commit for that long, and that will create a huge disadvantage for women and people who are have caring responsibilities. I want the Labour Party to ensure that people from underrepresented communities continue to be represented in Parliament, and that means more flexible timeline for candidates. 3 years is just too long. A sensible timeframe for candidates is incredibly important to ensure that priorities such as local elections are achieved at the correct times. So I urge delegates to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name's Julie McManus and I'm Deputy Leader of Wirral Council, just over the water. So I just want to associate myself with the Justice for the 97 campaign, and what a great way to start campaign off this year. I'm here to speak in favour of the NEC rule changes, in particular card vote 5, and those in relation to Labour in local government. As a councillor, I'm able to speak to you as an ex officio attendee of annual conference, and I'm delighted that our rules are finally being brought up to date so that we can do the same at regional conference too, where the voices of Labour in local and regional government should be heard. Labour councillors are often on the front line of our party, dealing with residents day in and day out, and standing up for our values in local communities. Current and former councillors will know that we often deal with incredibly confidential matters, and these changes give us the support we need to do so in a safe and sensitive space, whilst ensuring we can continue to keep members up to date on our work. Please vote for the NEC rule changes.
Okay, I'm going to take one more round. I keep saying one more round of speeches, but no, it's not really one more round, is it? I'll take the delegate over here, take the delegate over there, and I'll take the delegate over there as well. Yeah. Got 15 more rounds of speakers.
Thank you, conference. Not my first time here, but hoping for another great conference, as I remember. I'm here to speak against card vote number 5, specifically regarding the removal of group observers. Now, in my relatively short time in the Labour Party compared to many people in this room of only 6 years, the local group observers, for many young people who have aspired to become councillors, that has been their first interaction with how council and Labour groups operate in local authorities. It's shown them how that works. It's given them a taste of what it's like being a councillor. And that kind of access is so important. If the doorstep is where young activists first get engaged with the Labour Party, then group observers and observers to local authorities is where Labour councillors and young Labour activists first get a taste for what it is to be a councillor. So I implore conference to please vote against this motion. There are plenty of changes in here that make sense, but that alone means I cannot support it.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hi, I'm Hope, first-time speaker, third-time delegate. And I want to encourage conference very strongly to vote against card 6. In the last few years, I've travelled all around the country to various campaign days, and I've been supported by the amazing Labour staff. They've tirelessly driven us everywhere. They've provided us cake, coffee, and invaluable knowledge. To stop people from running for office, especially in smaller wards and CLPs, especially those with amazing and invaluable knowledge, is just not what our party should stand for. We should be encouraging people, no matter who they are, especially those knowledgeable, to run for office. So, if somebody wants to run, especially if they are qualified, why stop them? Therefore, I encourage Labour Conference to open doors, especially to these people. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Corinne Mail. I'm a councillor for Hartlepool and delegate for that conference. It's not just, I'm here to ask you to vote against card vote 5 as a councillor who came to understand how the council work in Hartlepool was working through having been an observer. So it's not just the young ones, but it's that continuity. People who are observers come in, see how the council works, and observe the same confidentiality rules as councillors. When I was an observer, I did not speak about the work outside that meeting. It's expected. We are part of the same party, and we are part of the same group, and we support each other. But you will not get that continuity of experience if you ban people from coming into those discussions before they've actually been elected. And you won't get people standing for election either. It's not just for Parliament that we need to find more candidates. In council as well. I didn't want to be a councillor because I knew how much hard work it was going to be. But it was being as an observer made me realise that how dedicated our group were and how I wanted to be part of what they were doing. And you need to get more people to stand. I stood because there was that need. We won't get them if we bar everyone who's not already in the group from finding out what the group's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll take another round of speakers. It's been a lively debate, come on. Please, you can indicate I would. I can't see anyone with a hand up. I can see Delegate there. I see Delegate there. Right at the back. Yeah. I didn't know if that was a heckle or a cheer. And the Delegate over there. Yeah. There we go.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm living proof that perseverance wins. I'm Angela Duerden, speaking on behalf of Unite the Union, opposing the NEC Constitutional Amendments Group 4 on regional governance and representation. Conference, our party must be a democratic party. Our policy processes must be democratic. Our members must be allowed to be involved and participate in the debates and ideas that we all stand for. If this amendment goes through, CLP delegates on the National Policy Forum will only be elected by delegates at the National Conference. Why is this a problem? Because it undermines the fundamental principle of one member, one vote. Members from small CLPs will lose out. Not all CLPs can afford to send delegates to conference. Not all members can get time off work. And not all members have the financial support to be able to travel to Liverpool and be with us today. Conference, our membership is our party. It's our members up and down the country that are canvassing in their communities. It's they who are on the doorsteps, talking to their neighbours and talking to colleagues in the workplaces. They must not be excluded from the chance to shape the policies of our party and the platforms that we campaign on. Rather than taking their voices away, we should be looking for ways to help members participate more, not limiting them. I urge you, let each member do their part. Allow each member their vote. Conference, please oppose this motion, this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate.
Solomon Cuthbertson, Edinburgh Central CLP and Chair of Scottish Young Labour. I'm asking you to vote against card vote 6. I'm doing this for two reasons. Firstly, we are a party that loves three-letter acronym committees. We have many committees that sit regionally and nationally, and some of the most committed members of our party with the most experience of our party stand to be on those committees and contribute to them. We shouldn't be punishing people who are putting spare time into this party and into the Labour movement by stopping them from serving their communities. The thing I did notice was that comma placement is quite important, and I believe the wording of this amendment would mean that members of the National Policy Forum, Young Labour and Labour Students' committees, some of the other party units that have national and regional committees wouldn't be able to stand in selections, and I'm not sure how many of you in the room will be a member of one of these regional and national committees, but there are lots and lots of people. So it's stopping some of the people who put the most effort into our party in their spare time from standing for these positions. So I'd ask you to vote against card vote 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Councillor Carl Wilson, North East Links Council in Yorkshire and Humber. I am imploring conference to vote against card number 5. As a councillor in our area, we didn't do very well one year, and we went down to just a few councillors. The observers, some of those was ex-councillors and guided the more inexperienced councillors along the road, and taking that away, as well as what we've heard tonight from other members about young people and people that may want to stand, is a really good reason to actually vote against this. We need continuity, and we need to be in our Labour community. We need, them observers need to go out and tell their branches what's happened, advertise. We've heard in other speeches how we've got to sell ourselves. Well, actually, those observers can help us do that within the council and Labour group. And regarding the confidentiality, I'm absolutely horrified that people think that our brothers and sisters don't keep the confidentiality in those meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Conference. We will wrap up speeches there, so we'll now move on to Peter. Peter, would you like to summarise those on behalf of the NEC?
Thank you very much, Chair. Peter Mason, National Executive Committee, responding to the debate. So on card vote 1, administrative languages and updates, as Conference has heard, it's a very straightforward set of amendments to languages that we would urge you to support. On card vote 2, certainly we've heard from a delegate on the floor the importance of ensuring that we are taking our safeguarding duties incredibly seriously as a party, and ensuring that we regularise the situation that enables us to take action in circumstances where individuals have received police cautions, currently, which we're not able to do under the rules, despite the return of our ability to deal with criminal convictions. Card vote 3, and therefore on card vote 2, sorry, I should say that we urge Conference to vote in favour of card vote 2. On card vote 3, on updates to CLPs, again, no debate on Conference floor, so we would encourage Conference to vote in favour of card vote 3. On card vote 4, regional governance and representation, to offer some reassurance to the delegate on the MPF and voting for youth delegates for MPF. Conference will note the updated language in the CAC report that makes clear that in future we are anticipating that all delegates under the age of 27 have the ability at Conference to vote for youth delegates to the National Policy Forum. We understand the points raised in relation to the election process for the National Policy Forum. I think we have seen over the last certainly few years diminishing participation in the MPF OMOD ballot. And it's worth remembering, Conference, that you are sovereign, that Conference is the sovereign body of the Labour Party. And indeed, you already, through the process of voting for the CAC, the NCC, and certain divisions of the NEC, have the responsibility of electing delegates onto other democratic elements of the party. On card vote 5, Labour in local government, we've certainly heard some debate over observers. I would say, looking out to some of my wonderful group, the London Borough of Ealing, that I'm so proud and privileged to be able to lead, it is absolutely the expectation of every member of every Labour group right across the country to be feeding back to their CLPs and ensuring that all parts of the Labour movement within your localities understand the priorities and the delivery of Labour in local government. The rule change refers specifically to the need for confidentiality in principal authorities where there are fiduciary responsibilities that councillors must be able to perform in a confidential manner. We would not anticipate or expect that those who don't hold those duties are participating in confidential decisions around, for example, staffing matters relating to employees in local government. And so therefore, in card vote 5, we'd certainly urge conference to vote in favour, and in doing so, welcome regional mayors to the family of local government in our representative body. On card vote 6, Bracknell CLP, I think we would say that we certainly understand the sentiment that Bracknell CLP moves that rule change. But I think from the overwhelming contributions of conference that we've heard, it is incredibly important that we are able to field candidates in every constituency and in every council seat. And sometimes that does require the use of staff and indeed representatives on our democratic forums. So we don't want to introduce into the rule book rules that are going to disable us from being able to do that. And it's a very practical reason, therefore, that we are asking conference to vote against card vote 6. Likewise, on card vote 7, Lewis CLP, again, we absolutely understand the motivation behind wanting to bring forward parliamentary selections, and I think we heard passionately from the delegate about the role of being able to select candidates in the context of encouraging campaigning. We want CLPs and we want regions to be able to campaign all year round, and that shouldn't necessarily involve only having to have a parliamentary candidate in place. And hopefully, conference will serve as a great example as to how all of you can get involved, even more so outside of an election cycle. But very practically speaking, conference, whether it is a conference to organise, a deputy leadership election to organise, or indeed responding to by-elections and so much more, it's entirely appropriate that we have flexibility in setting timetables for the party to be able to select its candidates. And we certainly note the desire of all CLPs to be able to select their candidates in good time. So therefore, we would ask conference to vote against card vote 7. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and delegates, thank you very much for that debate as well. Next, we would have the priorities ballot, but we are going to come back to that and go straight to votes now. So we'll take the votes on all of those card votes that you heard about. The constitutional amendments are card votes numbers 1 through to 7. And I think they're on the screen now behind me. Just to reiterate that. And just to remind all delegates that card vote 8 was withdrawn. Tellers will bring round ballot boxes in a second. Please put all of your votes at the same time. And please remain in your seats whilst you do that, colleagues. It just makes it easier to get ballots. And colleagues, please, if you are a delegate, do not leave the conference hall yet, because we still have the priorities ballots and information about composite meetings, which are important, and we'll take those after we've voted. So please do not leave the room, if you can hold on for a bit. And please remain seated, just so we can get these votes done in an orderly fashion. Delegates, if you wouldn't mind, please remain in your seats and in the conference hall as well. And if you've not voted, and if you can you please just put your ballots up in the air? There are lots of colleagues here, which I think is London region. We need a ballot box. There are colleagues there, I think, in the GMB that also need a ballot box. Not you, Kieran, don't worry. Colleagues at the back. Any votes left there? Colleagues on the right-hand side of the stage. Democracy in action. We love to see it. Other colleagues that need their votes taken, could you just put them in the air? Can't see any more. I'll check one more time. Is there anyone that hasn't voted yet?
A few in the front here still.
Oh, where? I can't see them.
Some people here.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Got you now. It's still London region that need to vote, isn't it?
Some at the back down.
Oh, okay. Colleagues right at the back as well, yeah. London region, have you all voted? Okay, good. I think that's votes done. Someone you can call.
Yeah, someone can.
Anyone else need to vote? This is your last chance. Okay. I think that is the vote concluded.
The results will come tomorrow. Prior to ballot results. No,
Colleagues, thank you very much. The results of those card votes will be announced tomorrow morning, I presume, in CAC 2.
And we've got the composite room, so we can book Carl back.
Perfect, brilliant. We'll move on to the priority ballots. Apologies for the delay, colleagues. So conference will move to vote on today's business. No, sorry, the script's completely changed now. Let me try this again. Conference, I'll now ask our Chief Scrutineer, Izzy Lenger, to present the results of the priorities ballot. She's done a job on this. Welcome, Izzy.
Thanks. Chair, Conference, Izzy Lenger, Chief Scrutineer. It's an absolute honour to be your Chief Scrutineer again this year, and it's wonderful to see so many of you this afternoon. I will now give the results of the priorities ballot, which determines the motions that will be debated at this year's conference. The ballot was divided into two sections, one section for CLPs and one for affiliated organisations. The National Executive Committee has agreed that the 7 priority subjects achieving the greatest percentage of votes cast in the CLP section and the 7 achieving the greatest percentage of votes in the affiliated organisation section will be timetabled for debate. However, should any subject area be selected in both sections, then the subject area with the next highest ranking vote from the appropriate section will be added to the list, ensuring that the net result will be that 14 priority subjects are selected, 7 by CLPs and 7 by affiliated organisations. So I will now announce the results of the CLP section. Animal welfare, cleaning up our community's fly tipping, high streets, NHS dentistry, skills, violence against women and girls, misogyny and domestic abuse, and lastly, water. The results for the affiliate section is as follows: AI and our rights, guaranteed hours, industrial energy prices, public sector workers, public spending, staffing and adult social care, and subsidiary companies and insourcing. These are therefore the 14 topics that will be timetabled for debate. A full breakdown of the results will be published in tomorrow's CAC report. The meet point and times for compositing will be displayed on the screen in the main hall above. Thanks so much, conference.
Thank you very much, Izzy Lenger, for Chief Scrutineering. Composite meetings will be this evening. Delegates from CLPs and affiliates whose motions have been successful in the priorities ballots will therefore need to attend a composite meetings, the details of which are as follows. They will come up on the screen, but for accessibility reasons, I will also read them out. At 5 p.m, High Street, that will be in all of the rooms, are all in the ACC. At 5 p.m, High Street, it will be in 11A. At 5 p.m, Water will be in room 10. Also at 5 p.m, NHS Dentistry will be in room 13. At 6 o'clock, Fly Tipping will be in room 10. At 7 o'clock, Public Spending will be in 11C. At 7 o'clock also, AI and Our Rights will be in room 11A. At 7 o'clock also, Animal Welfare will be in room 10. And also at 7 o'clock, Staffing in Adult Social Care will be in room 13. At 8 o'clock, Violence Against Women and Girls will be in room 11B. At 9 o'clock, Skills will be in room 11C. And also at 9 o'clock, Industrial Energy Prices will be in room 11A. Please do take a picture of the screen as well, just so you have that for your reference. Okay, conference, before we adjourn, delegates, please can you not leave your bags in the main hall between sessions, as they will be removed. For those delegates going to composite meetings, all the rooms, as I said, are in the ACC, which is across the bridge from the exhibition centre, and start times, as we've just illustrated, are on the screen. Conference now stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, and enjoy your evening's conference.